The Rise of Africa, the continent, the diaspora, and BRICS explores the relationships that are affecting the global economy right now. This book explores the relationships of the African diaspora's influence on the African continent and why this is important in stabilizing relationships with an understanding of how BRICS impacts the future, good or bad. You can order your copy of The Rise of Africa today on Amazon.com.
Neo-diplomacy is the new currency. Neo-diplomacy is the new currency. The reason that I can say that is you have a couple of different factors occurring right now as we speak on the world stage. The dollar is being disrupted. Nations are no longer wanting to engage with the United States. But the third factor that affects each and every one of us is that there is a diaspora from the African continent that's willing and able to engage our brothers and sisters on the continent.
All right, here we go for this Memorial Day special. Shalom, salama, siyemi, shalom. Greetings to all my Israelite brothers and sisters from around the world, whether you're of the bloodline of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the house of Israel, or you're a Gentile grafted into the house under the blood of Yahusha HaMashiach. I welcome you this morning. Boy, oh boy, what a morning we have in play. A lot of things are going on that I would say we made it to the point in this time where if you can't win, and this is for them saying it, if you can't win, then you lie your way out. And the reality is this: that's exactly what they were getting ready to do. They actually did do that. They were trying to say over these last couple of days, if you hadn't been following, that they had a peace deal. They didn't have a peace deal. Someone's lying. But at the end of the day, the lies were coming from out of, obviously, the White House. And everything was being slow walked back. Why is that? Well, they want, in order for people to be and to remain docile, this is all about being and controlling the narrative of keeping a people docile. That's what it's quite simple. That's actually what dictatorships do. And you're seeing the ultimate game in how so dictatorships come in stages. So I want us to get that understood. And when people don't understand that when they're saying the Pledge of Allegiance, when they're talking about the pledge, one republic, one nation, there a difference between a republic and a democracy is very different. All a republic is that it's a repudiation or an acceptance of a public order of decree that signifies sovereignty of land, of rights, the republic of something, the republic of this, the republic. It's a land affiliation. Now, how that land is governed, well, that's a difference. That's where a constitutional or articles of incorporation or articles of declaration, however you want to spin it, there are articles to it because the land has to be corporately valued. Those corporate valuations actually then lend to the ability for that nation's currency to be recognized as an appropriate form of trade. And as, sorry, give me a second. There you go. This is why you have places like the World Bank. This is why you have the IMF. This is why you have all of these different things going on. That's why when people were talking about the Sahel Alliance and that they were scared about the Sahel Alliance and they were scared about this because they didn't know how they were going to evaluate or judge the commitments of paying back or not paying back or restructuring different loans because some loans have already been paid off generations ago. And this is their, and it would have been like their 20th iteration of a loan being paid off, unfortunately. And that's exactly what you have with Africa right now, with every loan being restructured. Because why? Because there is always going to be an inflationary issue when it comes to the value of money. The value of money is not stagnant. I had to think about it in shopping earlier today to run some errands before engaging in today's activities because this is not a day off for me. It really isn't. It's actually right after this. I got to get some QTUA work done to finally fix this website issue. Hallelujah. And then I also have another couple of meetings and some other phone calls because this day isn't a day that I get a chance to sit down. No, I don't rest. But did I have rest? Yeah, absolutely. I had my Shabbat, and The Most High literally shut me down because I was running myself a little ragged. Because there's expectations. There are things going on. There's hope going on. And in our human understanding, we want to say thank you, Father. We're following your lead. We got to do this, got to, But then at the end of the day, what the Most High will tell you is sit down, relax, and I will lead you and guide you. It's actually you have to understand uncomfortability because the Most High allows you to be uncomfortable. Not to destroy you, but to allow you to stop trying to manipulate. And we say manipulation, it's a bad thing. No, your hands manipulate your thoughts that then put things into actions. Like, oh, if I am mad at somebody, then I will manipulate my hand into a striking object as a fist. And then that activity of striking someone in the body, presumably the face, that's the number one target issue that people tend to have. So you manipulate it in action with the thought of carrying out an action with a body function. That's why when people say, I had no control over my body, okay. But you did. You do. We have just been conditioned that there are people that are allowed to not have the control over their bodies. They're allowed to act in impulse. Well, he was just having a bad day. She was just having a bad day. And you know what? And I see that all the time. In my little microcosm of my classroom, when I see people having bad days, especially that are Caucasian, and earlier, it was last week, I witnessed a student hitting themselves in the back of the head with a full-on fist, closed fist, striking themselves in the back of the head, which to me indicates, there's a couple of different indicators there. That number one, if he's trying to soothe with violence, chances are he doesn't just get beat, he gets abused at home. And there's one thing with beating, okay? Don't get that confused. Look, my kids had beatings. Okay, they had discipline. But they had discipline in a manner of love, because if it came to the act of me having to get my hand on their backside, which is always what it was, a backside, then there was an issue. And that was actually after I would tap them on the head with my finger, not a hard tap, but just a tap to have them think. Utilizing that neurocranial function. There's a difference. There's an escalatory action. That's all I've always believed in. Escalate. And when you're dealing with 13, 14-year-olds, you have to understand that they're escalating at a time frame, because you have to realize that it's a growth development issue that they're learning how to control. So as I'm digressing to back to this conversation, we're seeing a lack of control, but a more firmer control situation, if you can follow me on this, because the control isn't just with physical dominance. That becomes later on in life. And I would say not later on in life. Physical dominance is later on in the lifespan of the dictatorship cycle. There is a dictatorial cycle, and dictatorial cycles just don't spring out just because. Dictatorial cycles emerges when you have strongmen like Franco. Franco came to power, I would say, pre World War II. This was actually after World War One, when a little bit of the austerity measures after World War One actually did hit Spain. Spain was always a double dealer. That same thing now. So, in the force of trying to have neutrality, that's when the Spanish kingdom was actually overthrown by a dictatorship by Franco. I forgot what his actual name was. You know, they had the little Spanish names. It's like Della Perez or something like that. It was very interesting because when you read a lot of the historical insights to it, and you got to always remember the inferences are always to make everything the ruling party look good. Obviously, in Franco's generation, he would say that he looked good. Same with Mussolini and others. But there was an access because that access was all about trying to make sure that they could control resources that they were no longer able to control, or the loss of access to said resources. So, in the parallels of what you have in the way that Spain was obviously a constitutional monarchy, same with the UK and others. I think Brussels and the Netherlands are of the same ilk. And yes, and as brother Asaph had stated, I want to go back to some of them have autism, like my son. He does not get beatings, but he sometimes hits his head, and he had above average IQ. I worry about him a lot, and that's why I do worry about my students, and I tell my students, I say this to my students. I tell my students, I said, listen, all I'm trying to do is give you all a fighting chance in this world. And I have to be very vague. I said, listen, I pray that one day you're getting it. I pray that one day, because there has to be a level of that, spiritual ambiguity. Unfortunately, that's how that happens in the I would say educational school system. Now, the funny thing is that they're trying to introduce, especially in the state of Florida, they're trying to introduce, a spiritual component. Oh, don't get it twisted. They're trying to introduce a spiritual component. Hey, let's have a moment of silence. Let's have this, let's have that. And I used to not really partake. I would just kind of let the time kind of glaze by me, roll by just a little bit. Because I'd be like, well, if it's their moment of silence, I said, all they're doing is just a moment of silence to bail, right? That was my spiritual demeanor. Why am I going to do a moment of silence? We already know that this is to bail, Now I would also say this. Whenever I got into my classroom, I'd always pray, like, thank you, Father. I'd lift my hands up and give him praise and honor and glory on that one. But during that time, and as I was that they give before the or during the um I can't even remember the thing. Oh man, someone help me on out. Our salute to the flag, whatever. Oh, sorry, it's a Monday, and it's a Monday that I thank the Most High that I'm actually on this right now. Oh, woke, yeah, you are, or woke Yosef, the pledge. Yes, sorry, the Pledge of Allegiance. I was doing a they threw me as a impromptu MC last Monday. That's why my voice was a little hoarse on Tuesday, and I was very much exhausted. And they said, "Can you do the Pledge of Allegiance?" I said, "No." I said, "Somebody else needs to do it." One of the teachers, she was like, "I don't know the Pledge of Allegiance." It was all right. Keep the program moving. I just thought that was hilarious because honestly, and I do this for my class, so if people get mad, oh, all right, listen, I have the moment of silence, the class gets silence, but I'm not reciting the pledge. And yep, we did not recite the pledge. I'm sorry. Uh-oh. Better call the local news. Teacher admits. But that's relatively standard. And that's relatively standard, especially for Black teachers, African American teachers. And now I've even seen Hispanic teachers get in on this. And I kind of laugh because I'm like, wait a second, they used to be all gung ho. Hey, this is our land. This is our. No, they're scared. Because you also have to understand they're now starting to tell you without telling you it. That they're very concerned about this 14th Amendment. And we've been saying this. Here comes the 14th. Why are you getting scared now? Because why? Because you're now understanding how the dictatorship works. We know how the dictatorship works. We're just crazy Negroes. I can attest to that. There's something wrong with me. I got to screw loose. When you're serving the Most High and you're walking in His word and in His authority and in His grace and in His mercy, who would really want to be on out there subjecting themselves to the penalty of speaking up? Not a lot of people would be, nah, no, 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 nah, no, 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 no. That's what I tell you, when I come on out here, hey, thank you for your gifts, thank you for your support, thank you for your prayers. I don't tell you all about the lawfare that goes on with me. Because why? Because some things y'all ain't ready for. I walked into this apprehensive. I'm not gonna lie to you. But Father, I could die. But Father, I could be deleted. And you have to understand, in this time, in this age, guess what? You're a Yahoo Dean. I'm sorry, you are. So if you have that type of carnal apprehension on you, then are you worthy to be in the Most High's presence? That's why I always ask myself, am I worthy? I can't be double-minded. I can't be that. No. And you're funny because shout out again to Sister Shonda. I didn't even get a chance to talk to her on the background with what she had posted. And it's not funny, but the reality is the school in question is actually in the same area. It's only about, I would say, less than 15 minutes away from where I teach. And as I stated on this channel plenty of times, I'm in a very unique area. And every single day I get off at the exit that's close to where the Confederate flag is flown. And then from there, I'm about 15 minutes away from where the school is. And so it's a very interesting situation because in that area, Hillsborough County is very interesting in terms of its demographics. It is a very highly segregated area. That's why you do have school choices and things like that. I had earlier in my school year, I had I think it was about two Caucasian students, female students, and they were not very appreciative of the lessons that I would say and how I would relate things to our students. And by and large, they weren't the audience. And, they thought that they could run to another, a black female teacher and, decry how horrible and everything else. And, the funny thing is, by the end of at the end of the year, it was last week as the testing and things were wrapping up, I had received a whole lot of thank yous from my students. Some of my students, they were it was painful interactions, but I know that they were young. And I was actually surprised that I had more thanks from the Hispanic and Caucasian students. And it wasn't because, I don't pander. I don't pander. I don't even pander. Look, well, what about black and brown students? No. If anything, you would think that I'm the teacher that's harder on our students. And I tell them, I'm not. I'm not harder on you than anyone else. I said, because I'm led by a standard. The awesome thing that the Most High has always given his people has been a standard. It's been the law, statutes, and commandments. It's literally a standard. And do you know that the standards on us were harder than the strangers? So we were made to do more because we have an inheritance, unlike the other nations. And during that time of my teaching, I know it's hard. I know that there are life challenges. Folks were, it was an influx. You could tell it was an influx because the the type of jobs in that community wasn't very stable jobs. They were very low level jobs. And you were dealing with students that were in a situation to where they were not very stable. And you would see students that were always talking about, well, I'm about to move here, I'm about to move there, I'm about to, and a very transient area. Dealt with a lot of homelessness, a lot of homeless students, students that, had very pungent hygiene issues with just from basic lack of access. This is true, access to water, access to laundry facilities. And you could tell there are a lot of students that were just raising themselves at 13, 14 years old. And they just, at that point in time, they really didn't care about hygiene because they've been dealing with that for quite a long time. And they weren't to the point, or they had been at the point, or they were still at the point where Department of Children and Family Services had those students on the radar, and they were known folks to the child psychologist. So, it was no wonder that when they saw me and when I would talk to them and tell them, well, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? That to them was, holy cow, this person is taking an interest in me, and they're giving me at least 2 to 3 minutes of their time. And that's what I did. From the students that were the quietest of the quiet to the students that had issues because they're acting on out. Because they're acting out not from a place to where they didn't understand the material. A lot of them did, but a lot of them didn't think that what they were doing, excuse me, was actually worth it. Which is, again, on the scale of dictatorship. To create a hopeless people because your hope value then diminishes. Well, why am I doing this anyway? What's the point in doing this? Why am I doing all this? Well, because, and I spoke to a student about this last week. I said, because you don't want to be an involuntary occupant within the prison industrial complex. And I felt really bad because she was trying to be funny and she said, well, you want to know what? I guess I'm just going to sell drugs. And I said, well, let me explain to you what's going to end up happening. You'll be allowed to sell, more than likely, because you'll be on a person's radar. And when you're on their radar, then they're going to try to bait you because that's how they'll try to do to establish your connections. And then they'll just groom you for the next crop. And you'll probably be successful for a good 5 to 10 years. And then they take you off the street. I said, that's how this system works. If you don't know how it works, that's how it works. Oh yeah, I was a big cartel drug pimp, blah blah blah. No, you're not. And when you understand the system, then you realize in this very digital crackdown system, in this highly sustained system of how law enforcement works, you're not getting away with anything. They're just baiting you to make sure that you're comfortable. So then the cheese that they spread on out there, they're trying to see how many rodents they can collect when they're pushing more people into the prison industrial complex. And I was explaining that so that at least I said, listen, I'm just explaining this to you. So, as at least a decent human being, I can give you a little bit of understanding. Because with your thought process, you're an easy candidate. I said, and don't think that they don't utilize grades or other academic measures of performance because they're trying to see who's going to comply and who's an outlier. And if you're an outlier, then guess what? You're on their radar. Oh, and yes, that does get fed over to your law enforcement. They say that they don't do that. They said, nah, that's not. Then why do you have a school resource officer? And you have a couple of school resource officers. They're getting your profiles. Predictive analysis. Well, how did you know that they were going to be a criminal? We looked at their school records. And you try to explain that to them. You know, people know you based off of your academic performance. They don't know you from anything else. They don't care about your TikTok videos. They don't care about your TikTok dances. I said, matter of fact, if they wanted to, they could see now you're giving them the next digital crop of information of how they can use that against you. Because shout out to Gates of Holder, those technocratic kings are the next rulers, are the next in line of this new republic. And when people say, oh no, prophecy isn't going to come to pass, prophecy isn't. And I had to laugh and I always ask people, I said, how do you think this place is going to function without us? No, it doesn't mean that the place is gone, it's destitute, it's this and that. It just means that it has fallen and they do service. What does service mean? They're going to be enslaved, but this time digitally. We've read that with Second Ezra chapter 15 from verses 45 to 51. And now you're starting to see a downhill slide because now people are getting mad with whatever supposed Iranian deal, peace plan. They don't know what it is. What they're doing is they're trying to get in and draw in as much as they can, because when you make this ultimate attack, which we all know what that ultimate attack is going to look like, I think we know this. This attack is going to be very significant. But what needs to end up happening, especially as you are on the scale of dictatorships. See, we didn't know what was going on in the background, and now what's going on in the background came to the foreground. We knew and I would say we didn't know. I would say that loosely. I think we all did know because the Most High gave us understanding in His Word. They just didn't want to believe it. Oh, this is going to happen, and when this happens, that's going to happen. And when that happens, that's going to happen. Because what are we doing right now? We're not going along with the agenda. It's back to the 1400s. We're at the pre-Dum Diversus. We're at the pre-Spanish Inquisition. You don't want to go along with this program. You don't want to go along with the conversos. You don't want to go along. No, that's not us. Wait a second. Hold up. And as you can tell, we're no longer the go along to get alongs. We need your help, black people. We need you to get on the front lines and get your bodies on out there. And we've been saying no. Uh-oh, live in the studio. Brother Garth, shalom.
Shalom, brother Karis.
Brother Garth, how long do you think we have?
I don't know, bro. I was actually just coming on here because I know I don't really do this, but I just pray for the family to pray for me because, I'm dealing with a lot of things and also dealing with people who are stubborn to the fact of what's going on. And I actually remember a couple of weeks, was it a week ago or a week or two, where you're talking about people think that you just love to struggle and, they're just like, think you're like a complete, I don't know. It's like they think you like purposely want to struggle in this system and they always give you alternatives as to what you should do with your life, even though you see the writing on the wall and they think everything is going to go as planned or continue to keep going as, before. And they have that normalcy bias and it's frustrating. And at the same time, you got to also I guess, live amongst them, even though you may not have the means or the resources to completely, just divide yourself from it. So That's what I'm dealing with. I mean, I don't want to keep on harping on my own problems. I just came up here to just talk and see if you're going to talk about what happened in DC, and also how um, you were talking about the kids and your kids and how some of them feel like hopeless and despondent. I mean, when did this happen? Like last week, I think, in you know, a couple towns over from me, Long Branch. I'm pretty sure you're familiar with Long Branch, where there was just teenagers. It's called like teen takeovers, where kids
Yes.
kids are just going
Yes.
absolutely crazy, causing pandemonium and chaos.
Hmm.
And I just saw, because I saw the video on Facebook, and then of course I saw those people talk about the kids, like they're animals and all this racism that they're projecting and evoking. And I realized there's a lot of multiple contrived um psychological operations going on against us.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And don't think that these team takeovers um are out of the blue. What that is if you don't think that you're going to have the resources or be able to participate in the resource allocation that was provided, I would say, by and large in our generation, and then that resource allocation, by and large, was suspended because of COVID. Now, I also have my thoughts on the COVID suspension because what that also meant was that gave people an opportunity to to get rid of the ability to pay, wages, decent wages, fair wages, things of that nature. Well, it's the economy, the economy, the economy, because what have we been hearing from the economy? But then it makes no sense. If the economy is so bad, then why are people posting record profits? Does that make sense to anybody? It doesn't make sense to me. What that means is that it's not record profits, it's actually money creation and money payments made directly to corporations in the form of government subsidies or other, I would say, allocations of aid, grants, or other funding projects that help support government contracts. You name it, they've thought of ways to shape that narrative. Excuse me. But at the end of the day, who does that affect? That affects us. Black folks, mainly. I just want to say that it's black folks. Now, in this day and age, it's not necessarily black folks anymore. Oh, it affects them. And they're being impacted at a much more disproportionate level than what had been going on years in the past. And the reason I say disproportionate is because back in the day, they would be able to kind of, hide their intentions. Hey, well, it's just affecting black people, and don't worry about how black people are this and don't worry about how black people are that, right? It would just be a misnomered problem. It would be our misnomer. They're always complaining. Don't worry about it. They're always complaining. And let me tell you, they used to be able to have um that straw man, that fake argument, the straw man, and that straw man element could carry weight because they weren't as impacted. Now they're impacted. Now they're on the social medias or on TikToks or on everything else. Where did our country go? Where did our economy go? Because they're now suffering. And they're vocalizing their suffering. They're now vocalizing their pain because they did their thought process was is that if I have to vocalize my pain and my suffering, then I'm just like a black person. I'm just like a black man, a black woman. I'm black. But the problem was is that they didn't understand history. They didn't understand history. They didn't want to understand history. And now they're suffering with the conditions that all you had to do, and that's why I said how this dictatorship was going to work. They're going to play on the ignorance and fear. We talked about this about 2 years ago. And now here it is. Here it is. This has now been we're now in a position, we're now in a place where you're starting to see that what are they trying to do? We got to lock down everything because why? They're locking things down not for us. Because we can easily just be thrown in jail and forgot about in a couple minutes. They're now doing it for their people. Because the biggest issue that they know is a security threat is their people. Because they don't want to fight against their people. How do you fight against the same propped up base or baseline that has been traditionally utilized in this system? And again, as the system continues to run its course and fizzle on out, it's going to die very, very interestingly. Because again, their whole concern is us. We ain't got anything to do with this. They know that. But the problem is that we've always been the scapegoat in everything unraveling. And they're unraveling. They are unraveling in real time, might I add. It's astonishing to see how much they have really digressed in different things. And don't get it twisted. The logistics and things of that nature. This is why I did have the pantry lines, and you could tell it was more in a rural community, a rural setting. And that's because you'll have more issues in a rural setting than you will in an urban area, in an urban environment. And now the fact of the matter is, this has also been one of the biggest times in the history of the United States where African Americans were very and had been very transient. And let me qualify that. I'm talking about transient in terms of African Americans, black folks, Israelites, whoever you want to call it, for the sake of this, for the sake of today, I'm just calling it African Americans. Being able to travel. So when you're able to travel, you're able to bring back a narrative, and that narrative is something that is against their narrative. Have you realized that there has been a positive outlook of Africans by African American community? They couldn't have that happen. You already knew that as soon as they made that declaration, as soon as Ghana made the declaration, which is now almost 60 days ago, calendar days, you now have a lot more legal lawfare, or legal fare or lawfare. Presumably, and we already know who against us. And it's not fun being a victim of that. But it doesn't mean that you still can't operate. You just have to be smart and strategic and ask the Most High to give you understanding of how to operate around these shortcomings. Because the fact of the matter is, they're mad because we have a relationship with the continent that they can only dream of having. It was like a French, some sort of French lawmaker had said that AES is going to be gone in like, less than a couple weeks or something fantastic like that. Why is he saying that? They're saying that because that's their last breath of air or their last gasp. And with their last gasp, the only thing that they can do is spew lies, right? That's it. So what that means to me is this: the lie of the AES having full breath or, being able to survive actually to me is this: it means that ECOWAS is on its last legs, and this is a signal that they're thinking that, okay, it's coming out of a white pill bottle, that ECOWAS is on its last legs, because it's not a question of if, but when ECOWAS collapses, then Europe is in a free fall. And don't get it twisted, it's in a free fall right now. This is why they're trying to get the Strait of Hormuz open. And now you see everything with the Houthis going on. And now Egypt is threatening things with the Suez Canal and blocking that to the Eastern Mediterranean nation. It's all a pressure campaign, and they're under pressure. That's the whole reality of this. They are under pressure. So when something is said from their mouths, it's always like, just think of the exact opposite. And that's what's happening. It is the exact opposite. What happened a couple weeks ago with the Xi Trump meeting? Nothing happened. And then you had Xi Putin, and now you're starting to see everything trying to kick up. And all of a sudden, Iran and the US have some sort of a peace deal. That's not a peace deal. That's not. Why are they doing that? Because in this time frame, they're going to lie and lie and lie and try to lie their way out of this.
Boy, is it exhausting.
Isn't it? Isn't it?
So, like, I don't care at this point. Really, I try not to get wrapped up or preoccupied too much in the news about it. Only maybe our Maple Leaf brother, if he gives like a different context to it. But like all these other like mainstream, news pages and whatnot, reporting it's just all nonsense, really.
Well, it is. And now you're seeing the fifth estate, which is the news. They're in a very big they're in a very big bluster of trying to say everything's good, everything's great. We're doing this with the straight. Our economy's looking good, and our economy's not. It's actually, so technically our economy's in shambles. All the economy has been doing, it's been cooking up. And yes, you have Ebola outbreak in Africa. We already know how that goes. We already know. For the sake of my channel and this live stream not being shut down, we already know. Wink, wink.
Oh yeah, I saw that they wanted to have specific people who were coming from those areas to go to one airport, and I believe it was in like DC to get checked out and all this other stuff. I briefly glanced over that, but yeah, all these different cookies going on and spreading,
Mhm.
conveniently.
Now I'm going to tell you this. Remember what I was saying a couple weeks ago regarding the Hansen virus? Um, I was saying, and I alluded to this. Um, Basically, the plagues that's happening. Some plagues are obviously man-made. Some plagues are obviously the Most High is doing what He's doing. But I said this. I said if you see a lot of traction with the hantavirus, then chances are it's more than likely a man-made situation. But I also said this. I said if they try to sweep it under the rug and they give it like a couple of days of play and then they sweep it under a rug, I said chances are they can't control it, and this is what we're seeing in scriptures. Now I'm going to tell you this. I haven't heard in about, I would say about over a week. It's been over a week. I haven't heard anything about the hantavirus. Is that my imagination? Has anybody heard anything?
Not really. Not like wasn't like I don't think I've heard much of it lately. No.
Exactly. Because just like that, you also technically have bubonic plague spreading all throughout the Southwest. Bubonic plague. You have a lot of different things going on here in the United States, but they're not going to tell you that. Look, there's a reason I carry the Purell. They always come to my class. Can I get some of your Purell? Can I get some hand sanitizer? Can I get my class stays with Lysol and Lysol wipes. And it's interesting because my question is going to be this, because in the next couple of weeks, mark my words, you're going to have MERS, Middle Eastern Respiratory Syndrome, coming back. It's coming. Then from MERS, then it's going to be another, cookie 3.0. It's coming. Well, a lot of this is just a severe flu and cold season, and everything else. This is what they say. I'm just giving it. I'm just explaining to you how they operate. But again, going back to, I think what was the crux of the matter on this was that you're not going to be able to tell people in this particular time frame anything, because what they're going to have to do is that they're going to have to feel that struggle, because they give you all what they're giving you is they're giving you the understanding of what's going on by legal right. The Most High has given every single person that is getting ready to be judged, they are allowed to be notified. That's the legal right. That's literally the laws of heaven. Speak unto them, declare unto them, say unto them.
That's why I don't know if I'm just wasting my breath trying to explain my situation and how it's not a macro thing, it's a micro thing. But the people, in my life may not be feeling it right now because maybe they have some semblance of, stability, but I don't know how long that's going to happen for them, nor do I wish it doesn't happen for them. But at the same time, it's like it's a very what's the word? Probably ambivalence, maybe would be the correct word, where it's like you are here doing things for the Most High and you're trying to be righteous and you're not trying to, you know, rely on the system, but at the same time, the people in your life see you I mean, how can I say, at a low point or what is perceived low in society. And, it's like, what, to what point does my faith show that it's worth following the Most High? I hate to say that, but
Well,
am I out of bounds?
no, because you got to remember, we were designed in this time to be worn out, right? The patience of the saints, right? They're going to be worn out. We're designed to be worn out. But I believe that in that time when we're just like, okay, we're done. We're completely worn. All right, there you go. That's my thought process, right? Because again, I always look at it like he'll never give you more than what you can handle. But you also have to understand that Jeremiah was literally talking to these folks for 17 years. And I believe it's the Most High's grace that we won't have that long. But we're seeing that the culmination of everything else is happening. This is why, look, if you have been indoctrinated on this and in this, you can't help. I know it sounds harsh, but the reality is you can't help people. You can tell people, but you can't help people. You can say, man, I pray that you get understanding, but you can't help people. And we have to realize that that's the Most High's job. And don't get mad that that's the Most High's job. That's his job. Thank you, Father, that I'm standing up and that I'm testifying. For those that have ears, let them hear. How many times were we talking about, oh, yeah, the 24th Amendment, or excuse me, the 14th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, the 14th Amendment. And then you had somebody in Alabama say the quiet part out loud. Because why? Because this is all about ensuring that people are lulled to sleep. And I would always say this, I believe that they already know the day, the time, the hour of their destruction. I do. I believe it. You won't know. We at least have the ability to understand the seasons and the times, because I still believe that they still have to follow the biblical order of the Most High, whether they want to follow it or not. They can't get away from it. But it's for us being pesky Hebrews It's us pesky sons of Jacob. It's us pesky Yahudim that understand that their scepter or the scepter that they try to rent from us without paying for, that they stole from us, that they said we're going to take it while you're in your concussion and amnesia protocols. And now, for some odd reason, we're waking up to who we are. This is what is happening. Now, why do you think everything is in a rush? And I told you this. Don't listen to what they say. Look at what they're doing. Look at what they're doing. Look at how they're doing. Look at what they're trying to throw on in and press on in. Project 25 or 2025, to me, just my personal opinion, is the guidelines and the framework to get us ready to get up on out of here. See, the reality is this, is just as Brother Garth is venting his frustration. The frustration is this: a lot of our people don't. It's not that they don't see it; they see it. They see it, but it's like everything else. Well, I'm going to have to deal with that problem when that problem gets here. Let me tell you this. In war, they'll declare war on you, and whether or not you respond to war, that's your fault. Because war is a simple matter as long as you're conditioning people to not fight back. That was an easy setup that they had in Venezuela. They had conditioned people, don't fight back, or it's okay, or it's that. And then Iran saw that. They got disillusioned too. Oh, you'll never do that. And then they did it. And now Cuba said, now we got some friends over here. We're not playing around. We're waiting on y'all. Yeah. You get conditioned to not fight back. Oh, well, it's this. Oh, you fine. Oh, well, why do you think they have diplomacy? What do you think the main thing of diplomacy is? What do you think the main thing of diplomatic missions are? It's to lull you to sleep of, we're going to have such great prosperity. And, and when we come together, just think about all the money that we're going to make, and think about this and think, because they're going to have you think to let your guard down, and then they strike. Y'all don't act like snakes don't crawl. And Trump literally said it. He said, I'm a snake. That dude said it. I didn't say it. That dude actually said it. And I laugh because it's like, do you know that that's what he said? And I was seeing something the other day with the ballroom, and the ballroom actually having the plans of the third temple. Because why? To me, all I could think of was what's this song? I was thinking Judges. Judges chapter 5. I want to bring that on up. No, I don't think it was Judges 5. I'm going to bring this on up. That was Barack. I was thinking about Samson. And I was thinking about how Samson kept getting lulled to sleep. He kept going in to the house of the prostitute. He kept engaging in the prostitution, and it's not, I want us to understand, it's a spiritual thing. Because what we have been doing for these last couple of years is that the prostitution is through the images of Babylon and how Babylon keeps us comfortable. Hey, they're trying to make sure that they can get these laws on the books and this and this. Oh, yeah, they're doing it, but it's not going to affect you. Okay, I'll lay down. Yeah, they're doing it, but it's not going to really mess with you. Okay, I'll lay down. Have you noticed that at this time, as our people have been literally subdued? Yes, brother. Yes, brother Charles said not only that, but Samson was in the house of his enemies. Exactly. Now, you may not be comfortable. I get that. Look, a lot of us are uncomfortable. We understand, but you got to understand, by and large, for a lot of our people are very comfortable. And you have a lot of our people more in comfort than not. But I want us to truly understand when we're seeing this temple, which is what it is, being built, it's a proclamation to their God, their Elohim, that they can continue to subdue us. That's all that is. Look, I'm going to have them in awe. Look, I have the whole world. See what I'm doing? See what's happening? That's why, to me, it looks like it's going to be this. I've always said this. It's going to take something really extreme for our people to finally really scream out, for our people to really yell out. Because it's like, oh, no, you all are getting ready to be sacrificed. This is the ultimate sacrifice. This is it. Once we get through with this, then we can get and gain control of the world again. And we can really break them to the point to where we are never going to have to hear from them again. Why do you think they're going after all of these countries? Why do you think they're going after media? They've been going after media for a while. They've been going after channels for a while. They've been going after all of these different platforms that's contrary to the narrative. I could switch up my narrative and be in a much more comfortable financial position. I could. I could have all of the urban apologists talking points and lie and lie and lie and be in a very comfortable position. But as you can tell, that is only going so far because they're not just breaking their toys, they're sacrificing their toys. And they're showing you that. They're showing you that even with the school teacher, the middle school teacher. Hanging the black baby doll from the blinds in front of the school children to do what? To inhibit or to engage in psychological destruction. That's all that was. To induce psychological harm on a teenager. Because why? Because that is the time that they are growing the most. Their brains aren't developed. I already could see that their brains aren't developed. Because I have to redirect them to say, well, did you think about this? Oh, yeah, okay. That teacher knew what they were doing. That's the wickedness of the system that's now on full display. Because it was showing a couple of different dynamics. Yes. And that's what it was. Don't get it twisted. It was emotional and mental terrorism for teenagers. Yes, that's right, Echo Bella. That's what it was. And yes, Shethla, that was a teenage or a teacher. Why is that? Because they've lost their control value. Why do you lose control? Because you cannot keep up with the pace of the truth. So then the lies have to be insulated with violence or violent actions or the epigenetic response of violence that was engaged on a people. That was to elicit an epigenetic response to fear. So that's why I tell you, I said, listen, pray for our children, pray for our kids. Pray for your kids, your grandkids, all those that are learning in this educational system. Because you're not going to find too many teachers that's going to stand up and stand out against teachers. Especially when they're engaged in this particular conduct. Because why? Because this generation that's coming up, it's a different generation. They're a generation that has actually figured out all the puzzle pieces. You want to know why? Because they can see things and then they can self-reflect. Understand our children are actually able to see us. And for all intents and purposes, a lot of our children are able to see the cowardice of this particular generation. Yeah, I said it, the cowardice.
I mean, I hate to say it, but it's true. I mean, they really are comfortable, like my parents' generation, and maybe a little bit of the middle point where they're just established and, like you said, they're comfortable. They, not that I'm saying like I'm some type of, well, I was accused of being a martyr because of the way I'm living, but at the same time, it's like it's not for the faint of heart, this path, and I'm not going to, belabor that point, but at the same time, there is a choice to be made pretty
Mm-hmm.
soon. And I believe a lot of, you know, the discourse I have with my family members and my immediate family is just them projecting their own fears onto me. And it is a spiritual thing. It may not even be them. It may be the enemy used through them to try to cause me to doubt and fear and have anxiety. And at the end of the day, you just have to give it to the Most High.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because at what they don't want to tell you is, listen, um, their stock is rising. Our stock, or excuse me, their stock is falling. Our stock is actually rising. It truly is. And when we hear how they're not able to do this or not able to do that, and I always ask them, like, why not? It's funny because now a lot of people are ashamed to say that they voted for Trump. Oh, last year, man, they were all about it. Yeah, yeah, he's gonna make America great again. He's gonna do this. It's gonna be a little bit of pain. And they're like, 6 months. 6 months, we're gonna have food shortages. Uh-oh.
I don't care about the American suffering. It doesn't matter to me. It's not something I really think about.
And he said that. All this came out of his words. We're not going through and trying to have any type of um uh,
Embellishment or
exactly.
hyperbole. It's literally verbatim what he said.
Exactly. There's no like huge leaps of analysis here. No, there's not. This all came out of his mouth. And that should have really been a wake-up call that they're in trouble. Shout out to Pastor Rick Fletcher. This is what we were working on to try to help address. I know we have Sister Malaka. But to me, this is going to be more of a global effort, particularly an African diaspora effort to be able to literally feed our people here within the next year. And probably closer than that. I don't think that they're going to open up the Strait of Hormuz like that. I don't think so. The early projections were always about this time frame, late May, early June. Things were on collapse. I believe we're in collapse mode. In collapse mode, it's hey, we're gonna do this, hey, we're gonna do that. And then, in my most humble opinion, that is when you're going to start to see more police on the streets. Just giving you the facts. Well, I thought everything is good. I thought everything was great. But the question that I always have for people is, did you really see it from Iran? did an Iranian tell you?
I mean, I just see police now driving with it's not like their lights on, but they're like solid and they just drive around.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it is becoming more and more a police state. That's inevitable,
Yes.
inexorable, as they say. It's just something that cannot be stopped.
Well, no, because the authoritarian crackdown always, it happens in stages, and it happens to where you have to be. It's like this. They know that to get the mice calm, they have to keep the mice calm. Let the mice think that they're doing their thing, even though the rest of the world is panicking. It is. The rest of the world is panicking. They're selling their bonds. The people that are buying the bonds, it's the U.S. government, or not the U.S. government, but basically U.S. corporations too, funnel back money of the U.S. government. So they're trying to keep the scheme going as much as possible. To me, when that has happened, I don't think, this is just my personal opinion, I don't think that you have much time left because you're seeing the lack of liquidity in the markets. Nobody's really buying the basic staple goods. And they're telling people that, hey, Americans are running out of money. Right now, on a normal Memorial Day, especially this time during the day, almost 10 a.m. my time, I would hear more cars and trucks and other vehicles going down the street. And people aren't doing that. Which this is the barometer. Memorial Day is always kind of a barometer of how the summer will be. Last summer, things were very good. Vegas took the hit. This summer, I believe right now, you're going to have more of a hit with regional vacation spots. So, all the places, especially if you're in the Northeast, places like Ocean City, Maryland, Atlantic City, those boardwalk areas, Rehoboth Beach down to, you know, uh, Myrtle Beach and Wilmington, Cape Hatteras in the Carolinas, Savannah area, Jacksonville. Why is that? Because people are just sitting home. Now, will there be foot traffic or regular traffic? Yeah, probably between 2 and 4. It's going to be very, very limited. More so as people are trying to see if there's going to be any sales worth it. Because, folks are trying to save on gas. I believe that the whole Iran thing is still a nothing burger. And just in my opinion, I believe Iran is being asked to play along with the ruse. Hey, just give us 72 hours to play along with the ruse. But Iran's trying to say in not so in some in more subtle and vague terms, hey, this thing is not by any means finalized. Don't be look at your own risk. Transit the Strait of Hormuz at your own risk. And the reason I say that is because I'm going to share this news article. This is from Yahoo Finance. Let me see if I can. Give me a second. Let me bring this on up. Hour and a half soliloquy. Not soliloquy, good talk. Thank you, brother God, for showing on up.
No problem. But pretty soon, well, I maybe may come back on, but I have to go back to the grind. But
I hear you. I hear
yeah,
you. I hear you. We're praying that it's only for a little whiles as things are moving in the background. That's the best way that we can state things. In a little whiles, only in a little whiles. Hallelujah. So
amen. No, I'm just joking. Though he slay me, I will trust. But I'm sorry. Go
yeah,
ahead.
we get slayed. Don't get it twisted. We get slayed, and you know, um, there, and I know I'm not going to say I'm going to speak for Garth, but I know that what we do in the background, it has its ebbs and it has its flows, and um, what you have is that you have a lot of promises, and then it's, well, why did that fall apart? And then it does start to wear on you. Like, man, is this something that we've been doing? Is this something? And let me tell you, when you're engaged in things like this, the enemy does put on in folks that are there to, whether intentionally or unintentionally, throw you off. And it's not to intentionally throw you off, it's just that you have to navigate through people's um
Projections and
yeah,
their opinions because
their insecurities.
and
It's a
they're
lot of people. Yeah,
you're
it's a lot of people's insecurities. Are you sure? Is that the case? Is that this? Because a lot of people, they don't realize, it's like, yeah, we have that relationship. Yeah, we have that connection. Uh-huh. How are you? Because again, this is uncharted territory, because traditionally we were not in those roles traditionally.
and then you'll even hear someone say, "Oh, you sure?" But yet you're still relying on someone else to, provide. You have to be reliant upon those people, and you're at the whims of at their what's the lack of word, at the whim of their um attitude or whatever. And then my retort is like, well, you're at the whim of the system, and at the end of the day, it's only the Most High who's providing for us, and it's only by the Most High's grace you have a job and you are living the way you're living. But then you get some, another rebuttal about how your situation is basically self-inflicted, and that you are, struggling and basically choose to struggle. That that's well, I mean, that's just what I'm just relaying the conversations I had with someone I loved and, close to me. I'm not going to say who it is. It's
We
just
we all go, and I'm going to tell you this. It's not, Brother Garth. We all go through this because this is truly a walk in faith, right? And it's always, and I say this, it's always the Most High's timing. We just have to be ready for that opening, right? When the time is here, we have to be ready that all of our I's are dotted, all of our T's are crossed, and we're moving through this. And and that's what happened last year with the medical shipping container. And it happened especially like this. It happened like this on a Labor Day. And then right afterwards, it was like, hey, we got to get you on over to Ghana and Burkina Faso to get this thing taken care of. It wasn't even a 24-hour thing. It was like that. Now the Most High has given us grace to where He's given us a little bit of time to plan. Hallelujah. But in the planning, we do go through a lot of folks that they don't know how the Most High operates. And we're not saying that we are the subject matter authority. No, we're not. So I'm going to caveat that to say they don't know how the Most High operates in this time, in this space, because a lot of things it's like wham. Oh, okay, thank you, Father. Wham. Oh, okay, thank you. And that becomes difficult because a lot of people want to be they want to plan. Well, what's the action? What's the plan? What's this? Because why? Because everybody has a comfort level. We all have our comfort zones. I'm
yeah.
not comfortable with this. I'm not comfortable with that.
And
Well,
then
you just need to go on out there with your coat, your or what is it? Your outer coat and your staff. What? Do I get anything else? No. What? Do you know how uncomfortable that would be as a disciple? That's uncomfortable. Well, Father, what about this? Well, Father, what about that? Well, Father, what about that's very uncomfortable. That's being ridiculous, Father. You're going to argue with the Most High? That's being ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
and then people are nagging you, what's your plan? What's your plan? What are you planning on? And I'm like, I'm trusting that God, well, I use, God because, I got to placate to their level of understanding that God will make a way. And then they'll again, they'll be like, well, you got to do something. You got to, go back to school or something, or, try to learn a trade. Or I'm like, at this point, do you realize how stagnant things are? And the only way to really have have any success is to do things on your own by the grace of the Most High and try to make your own, provide, basically become an entrepreneur or someone independent of the system, but they don't understand. And also, I'm going to put my channel in the chat for those who haven't followed it. Faith and Fitness by Garth. That's a great segue. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Karis.
Yeah, no, and that's the reality of this. Yeah, are we on this system? Yes, we are within this system, but the Most High's already given us a way. He has. And that's why, explaining things like, yeah, thank you for your prayers, thank you for your support. We appreciate it because we know what it actually means in this background, and when we're ready to disclose even certain elements of it, ready to disclose. Because I tell people, look, there's a reason that we've been under attack for these last now just about a month that we've been under attack and certain things. And those attacks can occur internally, those attacks can occur externally. But it doesn't mean that we give up. It just means that we're recognizing the attacks and that we're continuing to move through that. And we're moving because the Most High is making a way for us as we're going through this situation. They're mad. I'm going to tell you the reason. They're mad because they have lost control of the continent. By and large, they have. They're trying their best to do little tours and things of that nature to say, hey, well, we're this, and hey, well, we're that, and hey. Okay, I get it.
Kenya.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's it. Exactly. We're not the US. That's what they're literally trying. That's their whole campaign. We're not like the US. If your whole campaign is we're not like the US, then you fail. Well, if you're not like the US, then what money are you bringing us? That would be the question. If you're not like the US, then what are you going to pay back for us? If you're not like the US, then what are you going to have in terms of these trade agreements and understanding that we control? If you're not like the US, then get your foreign troops out of here and don't have any type of covert operations of destabilizing the region. Huh? What? Huh? See, when you give them those types of measures, then all they can do is stare at you because no, they're it's just the US with a French accent. It's the West. This is why they're failing. They know that they failed. So they're trying to do things with more of the rhetoric. Hey, AES is going to fail. Why is that? Because their policies are failing in Africa. And on top of that, they're looking at how they are really collapsing because of this oil. So this is again from Yahoo News. I put the link in the chat earlier. Iran warned Monday that while some progress has been made, it was not yet close to striking a deal with the United States to end the Middle East war. Because if not, today would have been day 87, I believe. 12 and a half weeks later, yeah. because they have their blockade. Their blockade's in full force. As U.S. President Donald Trump also said he was in no hurry to sign. Why is he in no hurry to sign? Because there's no deal. World oil prices tumbled on renewed optimism about an agreement. On renewed optimism, they're going crazy. Do you know what that means? They are going crazy. Oh well, this time around, they're playing people for fools. World oil prices tumbled on renewed optimism about an agreement after top U.S. diplomat Marco Rubio suggested a deal could be reached within the day. Suggested. Could be. But Iran's foreign ministry spokesman responded, no one can make such a claim. It's the same old, same old. Same old, same old. So I have to ask ourselves the question, why are they putting that out right now? And obviously the answer is this. They're doing that to ensure that they can, the reality is, they're trying to manipulate oil markets for Labor Day. Because, in my opinion, this is when you're going to see markets really be able or really begin to explode. That's what's going to really end up happening. As people are going to try to live their life like everything is good, live their life like there's no droughts or, crops that are failing, live their life. I'm going to live my life. Living my life like it's golden. Living my life like it's golden. What do you mean? Thank you, Brother Asaph. I've been trying to access this article in the background. The National Catholic Reporter. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Hopefully my YouTube channel doesn't shut down. And if my channel shuts down, you know what time it is. To me, this is the biggest, most historic. Thank you, Brother Asaph. National Catholic Reporter. Pope Leo the 14th makes historic apology for Holy See's own role in legitimizing slavery. Pope Leo the 14th made a historic apology on Monday for the role the Holy See itself played in legitimizing slavery for having failed to condemn for centuries. This is today, May 25th, from Vatican City. Calling the Vatican's record a wound in Christian memory. I think it was a pressure campaign. And you want to know who pressurized this pressure campaign? I believe, just my opinion, those Iran, those Lego brick movies and other things. Go ahead, brother Garth.
I was gonna be silly and say, the 1/12th black in him,
Yeah,
the 1/12th black in him caused him to come to this.
they're gonna say it's illegitimate because it's a one black or one drop rule, right? One drop. So going on in this article, past popes have apologized for Christians' involvement in the transatlantic slave trade, but no pope has ever publicly acknowledged, much less apologized for the role that past popes themselves played in giving European sovereigns explicit authority to subjugate and enslave infidels. That was us. And I say that they would use that. They already know that it was the Yahudim that they were enslaving, that they were trying to go after. They knew it. And you go into this is why you have to have the historical record so you can have the historical understanding of who it was that they were actively going after, especially when it came to the Spanish Inquisition. But it just wasn't Spain, it was through all of Europe where we were at. The courts that we were in, they wanted to have Yahudim in their courts because it legitimized them. They actually had us because we were the scepters. Oh, well, let's get some understanding. Let's get some proper advice and counsel. Yahya Ben Negro and all the others. I'm pretty sure that when and that's why I say everything is slipping here. Remember, the capital that Europe actually has over the US. This is why when people say, well, why do you think Europe, why is Europe so much valuable than the US? Because here's the thing. The US has the people. And no, it wasn't all 12 tribes. I hear that nonsense. No, it's not all 12 tribes are here in the Americas. No, that's not even biblically accurate. They don't like to read Jeremiah chapters 30 through 33. They don't like to read Jeremiah chapter 50 and 51. They don't like to read Isaiah chapter 60 through 66. They don't like to read. And so they come up with this mythical understanding of their interpretations. I'm sorry. I'm reading the facts there. Not vain imagination. And in doing so, the capital that Europeans have is through what? It's through historical and cultural artifacts. All of the knowledge wealth of the Yahudim, all the knowledge wealth of Yasharel is obviously within Europe. And the Pope is sitting on it himself.
Now that you come to mention it, because I was reading Jasher, and when you read Jasher, and you read how Zepho infiltrated Kittim and made league with Kittim, and that's basically a lot of the European places like, Spain, Portugal, and other different islands, and then you see how they became one. You see how they already basically, became that confederacy against us from ancient times, because Zephyr was the king of Kittim at once, and then Kittim and Esau became one. And then obviously when Rome spearheaded all these different things, that was the inception of the Roman Church. So it all makes sense.
Mm-hmm. I'm reading the comment section because because they're going to try to cover this on up. I look at it like this: it's just going to be now a matter of time, because now everybody's going to jump on this, and they're going to jump on this, and they're going to bring historical facts. Okay, all right. Do you know how quickly time is moving? Remember what I said? It's not what we say; it's their actions, right? March was when, end of March, last week of March, you had the UN. The UN did what? They declared that the transatlantic slave trade was one of the greatest crimes in humanity. Okay. Then you have this. This is the edict. Okay, so you had a legislative authority. Okay. Now you have an executive authority. Let me tell you how this is moving out. Let me tell you the steps that this is moving to. Executive, or excuse me, legislative, executive. Now what comes next?
Judicial.
Judicial. After judicial authority, then what happens next? Once the judges give the ruling, what happens next?
They have to rescind dumb diverses, or I mean, I'm just guessing. They have to rescind, or legally rectify, or what, redact, or not redact, legally rectify, um, basically the act of the transgression that was taking place somehow, some way.
Okay.
Basically, punitive damages, or I don't know.
All right. The court's rulings have to, so the rulings of the priests always has to be carried out by what? Who always has to carry out the rulings of the priests? The Levites' rulings were always carried out by who? Come on, this is in Kings, this is in Samuel, this is in Chronicles.
Oh, the priests. Well, no, Levi's.
The rulings of the priests were always carried out by who?
The king.
The king, yes. Judah,
Yeah,
right?
I was about to
The
say
king,
that.
yes. They're what? The executives. Okay. What are they doing? They're following the same pattern. The king was always an authority of who? What did the king's authority embody? Brood said it. The military. Because the executive authority has to go to the military to carry out the rulings of the what? Of the judicial body, the priestly body. Why do you think we're seeing that right now? Maduro had a sealed indictment from who? From the U.S. Circuit, blah blah blah, in New York, and then what ended up happening? A couple months later, he was then seized in Venezuela and brought up to New York. By who? By an executive action carried out by what? Military forces. All right. I know this is big. I know this is big. because I'm gonna break this all down to you because we've been saying this for a while. Hallelujah, the Most High lets us see these things during these time frames.
I'm about to jump off, Brother Karras, but I'm just gonna take a guess that you're saying that the UN will be involved somehow.
You're getting there. You're getting there, Brother Garth. But yeah, you're jumping. But no, you're getting there. But I want you. But this is okay because this is interesting. Remember, I told you about time frames. It's interesting. Oh, I'm sorry. I got. Oh. This is. You cannot make this up. This is the time frame. This was a prompt by, or that I put on in there. When is the U.S. Supreme Court expected to make a ruling on birthright citizenship? According to Gemini, the U.S. Supreme Court is expected to issue a landmark decision on birthright citizenship by the end of its current term in late June or early July. Y'all are seeing what I'm seeing, right? You can type this in right now. Y'all are seeing what I'm
Juneteenth?
seeing.
No, I'm just joking, but
Look, I wouldn't be surprised. Why would it be Juneteenth? Because it's a poke in the eye for us. Probably towards late, right after Juneteenth. So the decision of what the Pope has stated then does reciprocate. Oh, shout out to Gates of Holder. Remember on the last week or the week after last, excuse me, that Sunday, when she was explaining how one of the Chief Justices, John Marshall, had invoked the right of discovery, had invoked a papal order, had invoked a papal discussion. He was utilizing papal law to have in legalese. What is the Pope doing right now? All right. Thank you, Brother Garth. Shalom. Hallelujah. Thank you, Brother Garth. This is mirroring the quote unquote executive order that is going to have quote unquote judicial impact. You're going to now have in the courts, I guarantee you this, I would not be surprised that by the end of this week, Ghana will say, based off of what the Pope has acknowledged, because of this is a dumb diversus, and this is this, and this is that, we need to have some global relief. We need to have global relief. Shalom, brother Asaph. I knew you were going to be coming to the stage. You're on mute, brother Asaph.
You know the troublemaker would be in at some point.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was very interesting what the Pope done. He just took out his own legs because an apology in law is an admission of guilt.
Yes. Yes. He had pled guilty. Now there is course for relief. And now that relief is now reparations. But how do we get reparations? Does it come from the United States? No. But what that triggers is that somebody's going to pay. The Europeans are not going to pay.
Oh yeah, it's put a spanner in the works, and you see the thing that triggered it, as you said.
Did we not just have this conversation offline last week?
Yep.
Goodness gracious. Oh my goodness. What was the gist of that, of the argument when it came to the receipt or being in possession of stolen goods?
Well, if you're in possession of stolen goods, you have to restore it, and you also have to pay for it according to biblical law.
What does English law say?
English law says you are a co-conspirator in the crime.
And you are just as guilty in paying the restitution, correct?
Exactly. You're just as guilty as the person. If, say, for example, if someone robs a bank and you're the getaway driver, you're just as culpable as the person who robbed the bank.
I can't make this up. I'm sorry. I cannot make this up. Are we seeing this in real time?
Personally, I can't believe that it happened so fast. But the thing is that
go ahead.
But the thing is that I believe that the reason why the Vatican moves so quickly is because if a Lego video comes out, which at some point it will do, stating that we are the real people of the book.
Mm-hmm.
That will put a spanner in the works, because you can't spin that one away, because everything that the Lego videos have been putting out so far, you know, despite the fact that they call it AI slop, has been 100% true.
Mm-hmm. And this isn't just to try to curtail it. It's this. I have been saying this, and I've been saying this for a while. Europe is trying to now throw the U.S. under the bus.
I think so too. But the thing is that even though they intend to throw the Americans under the bus, they're just as complicit anyway, and they're not going to get away from it, because it was their empire that created the United States, the daughter of Rome. Or the daughter of Babylon.
Yeah, and let me tell you this. But here's the thing, and Sheffield is saying this. Well, we know what the U.S. Supreme Court is going to decide, and they are. And when so it's not going to just be the U.S. Supreme Court. This is now a matter that goes to The Hague.
Yeah, it's a matter of international law. The U.S. Supreme Court is like a puppet in this, as well as the High Court in the United States,
absolutely,
and the European Courts of Justice, because whatever the ICJ hands down now is what they all have to follow.
Yes, and that is why this is what I'm trying to tell you all of how quick this is going to go.
Yeah, I think it will be. I think it will. I think if it reaches. I'm
shivering. I'm shivering over here. Yo, I got the chills over here.
Let's say hypothetically, just for the sake of your channel, right?
Yes.
That this thing gets to court. and it goes before a panel of judges. The admission there, the case doesn't have to be tried. All it needs is for the judges to rule on the case because there is an admission of culpability.
Yeah, exactly. The admission of culpability will already have a bench or a basically a shortened or condensed, what do they call, like a truncated verdict of what has happened. So what they'll do is this. They can actually say we're gonna have a cease and desist order for all activities against all black folks in the United States. A cease and desist. Because why? Because the world has now recognized them as being wrongfully persecuted under Vatican order and Vatican authority.
Yeah, and this would apply to the European countries as well.
Mm-hmm. And that would apply to exactly. And what would the U.S. say? The U.S. would be like, heck no, we're not going to follow anything that the Vatican says. Then the world would say, okay, but this is when Africa, I'm telling you, these are the chess moves. Africa will say, bring our people home, or we're done trading. We'll just trade intermittently amongst ourselves.
And with the global south as well.
No country would be willing to have the African nations cutting off their resources, especially in a time like this. No, there'll be an EU army. That's what I'm trying to tell you. An EU army that's backing the UN, and the UN will say, because of sensitivities and everything else going on, we now have to move over to Kenya, and in the next blah 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 days, this will end up happening. So they're going to give the U.S. time to come up with a viable solution to remove black people from the United States.
And
these are the mechanisms. I'm not saying I'm 100% perfect or correct, but these are the mechanisms that bring us back. But people were saying, oh, that's never going to happen. I'm like, yeah, it's going to happen. Watch.
You see, we have opposition parties that want to remove the Equality and Human Rights Act, which encapsulates our equal opportunities legislation of 1976 in the UK, right? And just the same as your 14th Amendment Act in the United States and your Civil Rights Act of 1964. They want to nullify these things, and when they do, what it means is that they will call our nationality into question, and we won't be called British or European or American nationals no more. And that means that they will say that we're no longer legal citizens, but aliens. And then they need to return us back to where they took us from.
I think the better terminology that they'll utilize is that we would be persons of the wrongfully enslaved or wrongfully trafficked, right?
Illegally trafficked people.
Yeah, illegally trafficked individuals. Yes. Yeah. I'm just throwing that on out there so, you know, they can start in on that. Hey, you heard it. It's trademarked first. ITIs, illegally trafficked individuals, or illegally trafficked African individuals. ATAIs. ITAIs. There you go.
And then you'd be getting those 3% Africans saying that they're entitled to reparations as well.
Mm-hmm. Yes, but remember that was already what Ghana had put together. So everything here is the constructs that has been put together by Ghana. So this isn't like out of the bag. It's just now with the Pope's declaration, everything that is being on the framework. So when they're saying, oh, the AES is going to die and blah, 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 that's a lie. Like that's those are like the vestiges of really the white supremacy that literally had been established because they're fighting hard because they're about to have a very, very calamitous fall. We didn't do anything. We're just sitting here. We're just explaining, right? Hey, this more than likely, and we were given the caveats, more than likely, this may be the case. More than likely, this will be the case. More than likely. And, listen, I got on up this morning. I kind of slept in. I said, thank you, Father. Memorial Day special. Lo and behold, I cannot believe what I'm seeing. I cannot believe this. I cannot believe this. It's like that Coming to America scene.
I know. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it either, but I realized that I was non-Jamaican greens.
Oh, you woke up to some interesting smell of curry.
Mm.
that oxtail smell got you out the bed, huh?
Yeah, I'm not the high grade stuff.
My
Th-
goodness.
that is completely shocking.
Yeah,
And
well,
yeah,
when people, and so here's the reality: when people say I need the check, well, yeah, you're gonna get you're gonna get paid, but you can't get paid in a place where you are illegally harbored.
yeah, which is
That's what we've been saying.
what our Latina influencer on one of the channels, who is a disciple of Big Judah, thinks that the African Union shouldn't be involved. But it would be interesting to hear what Brother Yakoba's views are now, because he's been right about every single thing, him and his brother.
Mm-hmm.
And in his last broadcast, he said he doesn't think that it will be long now. And I'm just looking around and I'm just seeing, I'm just feeling like the vestiges of these countries being finished now.
Well, yeah,
Because
go ahead.
because if you look around, in I'll just put in my local hospital and the ones adjacent to it within easy traveling distance, it's all Hebrews that are doctors, nurses, that occupy all echelons of society. Even my very local hospital, its CEO is a lady of African descent. So what are they going to do? What are they going to do? Just
well,
that.
yeah, and
I'll
people are,
just mention just that, and in
yes.
other spheres as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know, our people are multifaceted when it comes to skills, and it's continued from the day that they took us from West Africa and Congo and Angola and all the places that they took us. They targeted us, and
Mm-hmm.
it's fun. I think if my parents were alive to see this now, I'd love to hear what my dad would say, because he was a very articulate man, a political scientist and theologian, even though he was a witness, and he would be saying now that would never think that nothing like this would happen in our lifetime, much less our grandchildren's lifetime.
Do you see how quick that was? Okay, the Ghana reparations declaration, or excuse me, the Ghana UN declaration or resolution that happened. Let me bring this on up.
You see what happened as well is that
Excuse me. Here we go. It happened March 25th, 2026. Adopted March 25th, 2026. You're telling me in a span of 60 days, within 60 days, then the Pope has this?
it,
It's
it,
okay. Go ahead.
It's unbelievable now because it looks like some luggage packing has to take place now because we can go any minute now.
Well, I don't. I know that we could go any minute, but I would say this: we still have to wait on things to play out. Things are going to play out now. The reality is, what that's going to do is the persecution is going to hit even harder because now they just declared it. They declared it from their highest, right? Their highest quote unquote Christian authority. Their quote unquote highest Christian authority. Let me share this again. History's first U.S. born Pope, whose family history includes both enslaved people and slave owners, delivered the apology in its first encyclical, Magnifica Humanitas, Magnificent Humanity, which was released Monday. So therefore, they're going to quote that. That will then be legal document. That's legalese. The sweeping manifesto is about safeguarding humanity in an era of increasing reliance on artificial intelligence. Leo raised the transatlantic slave trade in relation to what he called the new forms of slavery and colonialism that the digital revolution is fueling, such as unregulated labor required to procure rare minerals needed for AI chips. In doing so, Leo responded to decades of calls by Black American Catholic activists and scholars for the Holy See to atone for its own role in colonial era trade in human beings. It is impossible not to feel deep sorrow when contemplating the immense suffering and humiliation endured by so many, in stark contrast for their immeasurable dignity as persons infinitely loved by the Lord. Leo wrote, "For this, in the name of the church, I sincerely ask for pardon." I sincerely ask for pardon. Let me highlight that. Let me get that on. So just in case the apologists want to come. In case the apologists want to come for that.
I don't think that they'll have very much to say because everything that we have said so far is panning out completely.
Mm-hmm. Because now you see there's going to be some next steps. And yes, Charles, some of the next steps will be, in my opinion, they'll have to give us a special designation status. And in doing so, they'll have to give us a special passport. They'll have to. So, and on top of that, they'll have to provide, I would say the UN would have to provide a special liaison office for the African diaspora. So I'm praying that somebody from the UN is listening to this and are going with my recommendations, because that needs to happen. There needs to be a special liaison office representative between the African Union and the UN and the ICC, ICJ, to ensure that we are not going to then be decimated in the last genocide. Because again, when you're saying things like this and there's no protection standards or measures, we're in trouble. Don't get it twisted. This is a whole happy day, but wait a second. Wait, hold up. They're saying this now. We ain't got no cover.
And not only that, even the dumbest person will see that we are fitting the biblical narrative of being scattered worldwide and being recognized as an individual people, which is what Region 17 did.
Yes, it did. And Region 6, or the 6th region of the African Union, which that's why I said we'd have to get passports under that, because again, most of us have suffered through legal fare to try to inhibit our travel back to the United States, or excuse me, to Africa from the United States. And now you actually have this that is a grounded foundation of legal precedent within the United States that has now been basically overruled.
And not only that, at the stroke of a pen, they'd lose their prison population as well.
Yes, they would. They absolutely would. They would actually, I would argue this, that they would probably lose at least well over a third of their population. Well over a third. I would imagine probably about 40%. Because here's the thing. When we leave, South Asians would leave, and so would Latinos. That's it. The Latinos may stay to try to fight. We have been that buffer zone. We're that buffer class, and we're no longer there. That is an immediate civil war. So when they try to always say, oh, it's going to be the black people that they're going to fight against, so they weren't. They were never going to fight against us. Why? Man, we're out of here. See you later. I would actually argue that it would probably be a lot of the other nations trying to come with us. Oh, we see where this thing is headed. Why do you think they're trying to build the bunker/temple?
It would definitely happen because we left as a mixed multitude.
Yes.
And it's the same thing that's going to happen again.
Yes.
And a lot of their own people will be leaving with us as well.
Yes. Look, I don't care what's going on, but we're going to be here starving because why? Because what trade would the United States be able to have?
That's
what
right.
Trade?
Joshua Maponga said politics is no respecter of hunger. I'm paraphrasing what he said. He said you'll be getting served people willing to do all sorts of jobs in Africa to feed themselves and their families.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is,
go ahead.
I'll put this out for any Gentiles listening. We will not oppress your people the same way as how you oppressed us.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I don't even think we'd oppress them at all. There would be no oppression. They already know.
There'll be no oppression. There'll be no beatings. There'll be no subjugation. There'll be no discrimination like how you discriminated against us. You'll be treated humanely. You'll be treated with dignity, and so will your children. And in fact, they'll be treated so well that they're not even going to remember where they came from.
Yeah, and that's why I say, it would immediately be that they would be escaping. So you'd have the trafficked the ITAs. I said the individual trafficked Africans, right? Or the internationally trafficked Africans or illegally trafficked Africans. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to make sure that I can get all this together so I can send to some folks at the African Union. I'm not even playing around.
Yeah, I'm going to try and get those books over to you as soon as I'm mobile as well, with all the accounts and everything in it.
And I would say this, because there's a lot of things. I'm telling you, there's a lot of things that would have to happen because there'll be a lot of funding that would then be able to that will have to take place because you would actually see this. And don't get it twisted. There will be more oppression than there would be more celebration. I pray that our people understand that.
Exactly.
This is not good news for them. Matter of fact, for them, this is a kick in the stomach. We're celebrating. They just got kicked in the stomach.
Yeah, because they've resisted for so long and they've said that nothing's going to come out of this and it's going to be impossible for the reparations pathway to be cleared.
Mm-hmm.
and the popes just bulldozed the whole defense that they've had.
The, go ahead.
Apologizing
Go
for
ahead.
it,
Go ahead.
apologizing for slavery is one of the worst things that could have ever happened, because
Yes.
an apology has to follow reparations.
Yep.
And not even the royal families of Europe have ever apologized for slavery. And if the Vatican has done it, they themselves have no defense now. No one has no defense, because it's a done deal once it goes in front of the ICJ,
Yep.
the institution that instructed them to implement Dum Diversus and Pontifex Romanus has now lost traction,
Mm-hmm.
and now has virtually signed off on it. So he hasn't contemplated how much this will cost them.
No. No. There is legalese in play. As Brother Garth just mentioned, he says our brother that we met in Burkina Faso made a legal framework about Dum Diversus being deemed illegal and an act of war. And that's what it is. So you have to understand what the Pope is actually saying. He's begging for the pardon is because it was an act of war against us. We are the illegally trafficked Africans that were harmed due to an illegal war being done on our people. And for the illegalities, there has to be a restitution, a recompense. How can you have a recompense with fake digital money? You cannot. How can you have a recompense where's the gold at? Well, they already tried to hide the gold here, there, and everywhere because they knew where this was going. Now, over the course of these next couple of weeks, you're going to have, I would say this, if you don't see a case being made by the African Union within a week, then something's wrong. By the end of this week, I guarantee by the end of this month, in less than 6 days, I guarantee you. And I would always say this, when they do things like this, there is always a coordination or coordinated effort. This isn't just in the box. This is a coordinated effort. Oh yeah, that's right. The decade of return. Oh yeah, that's right. Didn't we discover that? Go ahead, brother.
We did. We did. As far as I can see, being cautious about the situation as it is, it doesn't look like we've got very long to go. And yes, the Dum Diversus, the Pontifex Romanus, and the Manuelian ordinances, Book 5 and Section 11, which took our property off us in Portugal and Spain and other places. It's not going to be possible for them to pay back in one go. It has to be continuous. That's why our gates are
It's
going to
going to
be
be a
open.
generations long payback to the African continent, starting with historical artifacts. That's what's gonna happen. Yes. We have in football, we're in the 2-minute warning period of this game. North American football there, Brother Asaph. And congratulations to you, Brother Asaph, of Arsenal being the champions of the English Premier League.
Yeah,
Cannons to the left of them, cannons to the right of them.
Yep. And they won with an extra game to spare without a ball being kicked.
That is true. That is true.
And that's how it's looking for us right now.
Yeah. We won the game without even doing that. We didn't do nothing. We didn't do nothing.
We didn't do nothing.
We didn't do nothing, and we done won the game. We already won the championship. Do y'all understand that? We already done won the championship. We're just there to receive our championship rings.
I can hear your excitement, and I would have wished that many of us, across the pond
I don't
and in
know
the
if
United
we
States and the Caribbean
I don't know if we
were together
understand
to have
that
a
yet.
celebratory dinner
Yo, like
right now.
like it's overwhelming because I don't know if we understand that yet. I don't. Okay, all right. Tomorrow, the markets are going to crash. The market's going to sell off because everybody's going to try to get out of these institutions that have historically been within the slave trade. They see what's going to go on. They know that the legal is going to catch up to the precedent.
It has to.
Go ahead.
It has to, and as a matter of fact, a lot of the companies, I won't name any of them because I don't want your channel taken down.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them are going to be in panic now, especially the insurance ones.
All your okay, so they're going to probably have a financial issue. The global sell-off won't hit the United States, where the United States is at the center of it. So you got to think about like a target, on the, a darts. He's throwing darts, right?
Yeah.
You have a bullseye. The red's a bullseye. That's the United States. Everybody's going to be throwing outside of that immediate target range because it's going to start in other countries because the other countries are going to see the impact and the effect of, oh, snap, we know where this is going. These Negroes are going to be up on out of there. And therefore, the United States will not have collateral for their quote unquote bonds. Persons.
Yeah, because what's the point of sticking around when you are going to be on some sort of salary, because that has to be how it's going to go, some sort of salary, every guaranteed every month.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to be paying tons out for healthcare. The food you got is cleaner. You can plan your life better.
Yep.
You're not going to want to stay. You're not going to want to stay. I don't see that happening. I just don't see that happening, because if that was to happen tomorrow morning, I'm out of here.
Yeah, no, exactly. So I think a lot of people, so that's why I said there is going to be, just my opinion. This is just my opinion. I don't see the African Union with probably Ghana and some other West African nations on the horizon. That's what, when I heard that ECOWAS thing or the AES thing, like the AES is going to be dead within 2 weeks, bull crap or nonsense. I'm like, someone said that in panic. They always say things when they're panicking, right? To try to get you thrown off, because it's like, this is the last thing I can do to get you scared, because then I have to go away. And that's what I heard. Now, I understand why, because a lot of people understand that this was going to happen. It's just that how the mechanisms were going to occur was something that we did not truly, we couldn't really wrap our heads around. But now it's starting to make more sense, because what people were saying was not going to happen with the Pope giving a declaration or declaring, for this in the name of the church, I sincerely ask for pardon. He asked in the name of the church. That is a papal decree that he just put on out there through the Magnificus Humanitas. That's what we have. Magnificus Humanitas has declared a pardon.
I am looking out like a person that's received shocking news,
Yeah.
because I could not believe that something like this would ever happen.
Yeah.
I grew up
Go ahead.
thinking that if I was a good Christian and I served Yahuwah to the best of my ability, that I'd be raptured up to heaven. But what I've experienced since 2016 from being awoken until now is proving that everything that I have learned and that has been said is 100% factual.
Mm-hmm.
And as a Christian, I don't think that I could hang on to my faith as a Christian after hearing what happened in March and what the Pope said now.
Mm-hmm.
It's also a desperate attempt at reinventing itself and surviving.
Exactly. It's reinventing itself. And the reason I say this, right? Going back, because I know a lot of folks are catching up. Okay. Going back to the 14th Amendment. This is the all right. So I put on in here, when is the ruling on birthright citizenship? Okay. So you see that here. And this is just the AI overview from Gemini. The U.S. Supreme Court is expected to issue a landmark decision on birthright citizenship by the end of its current term in late June or early July 2026. By late June or early July 2026, within 30 days. We're within a 30-day window. Oh, Yacoba definitely has to go live on this one. I'm sorry,
But
he does.
definitely, because
Yeah, this is too big.
if they support the suit, the plea that rather that birthright citizenship is done, it reinforces Dred Scott.
It reinforces the anatomy of Dred Scott. But the reality is there's also been UN Human Rights Council decisions regarding human trafficking. This is a historic case of human trafficking, and human trafficking does not have a statutes of limitation.
And
Y'all know that, right? Human trafficking does
that's
not have a statute of limitation. Come
exactly
on now.
right.
Come on now. Let's
And
put
there's
these
no
pieces
statute of
together.
limitations in Europe as well, which means that the entities that were involved, criminal charges can be brought against them as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And they're not going to go to jail, but they will be having to pay a restitution to
Exactly.
to folks. Yes, absolutely. It'll be
And
this is why we're talking about like a tax or a surcharge or some sort of a levy that they would have to pay, or hey, this is going to be this much, but we have to charge you this much because, by international law, there's a 20 or 30% levy, something like that.
that's exactly, if when we do trade with them,
Mm-hmm.
instead of saying paying whatever the price of cocoa is per ounce or
Mm-hmm.
how they do it, that there'd have to be an extra tariff on it. Yeah, we're going to be the ones doing tariffs now, an extra tariff on it to pay the salaries of the people that they took.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
also
Go ahead.
when we land back in the lands from where we were taken as well, there'll be some resentment because we won't be coming back exactly broke, but we'll be coming back as people who can form a nation.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, it's not just that we would not be coming back broke. We actually have substance. Our substance is actually our intellect, our engineering, our ingenuity. We would have that 20 trillion plus is sorry, Mac, but that's child's play change. We're talking about the quadrillions of dollars, and we're looking at probably hundreds of quadrillions because that's the bond market. The bond market is it's way beyond. You just get a fraction of the stock market, right? The fraction of the debt, but the bond market is way beyond. This is why they can print to infinity and beyond. Okay, but that print of infinity and beyond is that we are the debt. So when people say, How does how's America make money? It's off of debt. The debt of who? Of bodies. Whose bodies? Us. Because why? Because we were stolen cargo, notes, and everything else. We're the debt. We are the substance. We are the capital. We are the guarantee. We are the indemniture. However you want to call it, however you want to label it, we are it. And what the Pope just made in that declaration actually showed you your actual value. They're not going to tell you your value. They're not going to tell you that you are the most valuable person or thing here in the United States. Why? Because technically speaking, you're not a United States citizen. And then when they rule on that, because we're telling you how this thing goes down the literally yellow brick road, as we're just walking down this path, that's why I tell you, look, people are going to get real anxious because, well, how did these Negroes know? Well, we've been saying this for a minute. How, why, how, what is, how is? We've been telling you. We've been explaining it to you. And now when we're hit, I'm telling you, when we're hit with the most, okay, Ghana was big, this is bigger, and probably within 30 days, when we're seeing the late June or early July 2026, oh, hey, we're going to make America great again. We're going to make sure that every American citizen is here and is here legally, right? Remember I was telling you all this? Illegally trafficked Africans, they're going to give us probably that old status and title. And, hey, if you want to have your U.S. citizenship, does anybody know what happened earlier this week with the State Department, with the Department of Homeland Security and State Department? Do you know what they did? They said that for those looking for political asylums or green cards or anything else, they need to do so and seek that within their home countries. Did you hear that, Brother Asaph?
Yeah, I heard that, and I wondered if you're if you're seeking political asylum, how are you going to go back?
That's what the whole argument was, and we were just talking about this, no kidding, like 6 months ago. We were just talking about this 6 months ago. So what do you think they're setting up? Oh, well, guess what? For those that can get up on out of here, they can get their passports or have access to this, and then they go over to the country of origin that they're picking, and then put their paperwork in, right? That's going to be the enticement. I'm just surprised that we're seeing everything walking itself down. Everything is walking itself down.
As Pastor Darby says, like a fat kid walking down a chocolate bar when he was alive.
Yep. It's my goodness. And now they're showing you everything. Before I go on into there, let me put my little.
We've got to give a shout out to Pastor Rick as well, because he was on about this in his broadcast as well.
Yes.
We've got to give a shout out to Pastor Rick, because he's been talking about this, and it seems so far away, but he's been 100% right as well. Pastor Rick is well up there.
Yes. Man, our community has been talking about this. That's what I'm saying. Like, when we get worn out, we are worn out, but the Most High energizes us because they're here to wear out the saints. Because why? Because then they have to admit stuff like this. They don't want to admit that. Robert Frost says, so what a shocker for those that say we are American indigenous. And yes, when Robert Frost, I'll be getting your emails in the background. Trust me. Oh my goodness. Brother Charles said, every man has to return to their own country. They absolutely do. But it's not the way that you think it is, because remember, those that are here legally, especially of European ancestry, and even those that have come here with some sort of political asylum, visas, H-1B status, whatever status is the legal status. It was a legal declaration of their own free will to be in this country. For those that are not here of their own free will, this is what I was telling you. They know what's getting ready to happen. So what do you think they're going to try and do? Well, we now have historical pretext to back this on up. Well, they could either go a Tulsa route, they could either go a Rosewood route, they could either go a Lake, Oscarville route, they could do a Durham route, a Lane route, they could do a Natchez route. Do you get what I'm telling you? So safety wise, I'm happy, but I also understand. Oh boy, thank you, Father, hallelujah. Because now you're going to see they're about to do a scorched earth policy. Why are you all coming after us like that? Because why? Because we're about to lose you. Because when they make that case, when the Ghanaians make that case, that has nothing to do with this. I'm not even African, blah, 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 blah. Now, we've been in Jacob's trouble, Sister Margarita. We've been in Jacob's trouble. However, we're now at the end of this captivity, and this is where the dragon is getting messed up. Now, listen, people are going to realize that they can't stay here. Remember, they cannot stay here. They're going to be illegal, which is why you have ICE, which is why you had to plus up everything. Because why? Because they're going to be snatching people. Oh, well, we're getting you off the streets. The question is, do you get returned back to sender? Or do they delete you so then they can say, I don't know what you're talking about? What black people? Ooh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Y'all see what I'm saying? Uh-oh. This means we will see the blue hats sooner rather than later. Yes, Brother Charles, exactly. If you know that you're going to have to pay for your crime in a multi-generational theft of receiving multi-generational stolen property, what are you going to do? You're going to destroy the evidence. Or you're going to try to destroy the evidence. What black people? I don't know what it's all about. Did you see the AI? AI says that we don't have any black people. What are you talking about? Boy, oh boy. Memorial Day. Look, they're trying to make us a memory. They're going to try to make us a memory. Who? Huh? Oh, I think they all left. What are you talking about? I think they... Well, Vern, what black people do you see around here? James, you see any black people around here? What do you think, Brenda? Are there any black folks around here? No black folks to me.
Funnily enough, the BBC carried the story about AI, but not the story about the apology for slavery. Did you see that?
Well, why would they want to carry that? They can't. Because people will know, they'll panic. This is a panic button. Remember I told you how the fifth estate operates? They're not going to tell you that. Oh, they're in trouble. This to them. This today was mark this day, May 25th, 2026. The day the proverbial chickens came home to roost. Now, I'm not going on out there saying, oh, just quit your job. No, wisdom and understanding. And yes, brother Todd, he says, fitting though, wasn't Memorial Day first recognized by our people? Yes, it was. They're the ones that picked up the culture and the tradition of remembrance as we remember the families of our fallen. Wow, what a day. Y'all better like, share, and subscribe, because I don't think you're going to hear this from anyone or anything else other than maybe Yacoba, Pastor Rick, our people, our circle. Because isn't it funny that the algorithm will definitely boost fake news? Who are these Negroes talking about all this stuff? We were. It should not surprise any of us, but we're just surprised because honestly, I told you, there's a velocity, there's speed to this. Velocity, speed, velocity. That speed is coming sooner than what people expect. That's why I was telling you, look at the pieces coming together. Look at how everything is coming together. So while they're trying to figure something out with us, late June, July, early July, they'll have the declaration. I'm pretty sure that they'll probably have this in tandem with the ICC, ICJ, that when this ruling comes on out, because again, they'll have to recognize that we're stolen property. Well, we need to make sure that our people are safe. We need to be given a special status. We have to. We absolutely would have to. Because then, well, they're not really in the system. We don't have any birth, right? Driver's license, passports, birth certificates, you name it. That's what we're telling y'all. You need to be legally recognized up in here. Get them birth certificates as soon as possible. Get a couple extra copies. Get your passports, driver's license, whatever you need to. Let folks know I was here, and then you have to have that commission. That commission has to be enforced. That a recognized, internationally recognized body commission would then be able to capture records and look at records. And then from there, we would have to have a no kidding spot registry to ensure, number one, we have folks for our people, especially in our communities, most vulnerable. That includes homeless encampments, things of that nature. We need to talk to families. We need to have you'd have to have a not a global campaign, but you really need to have a U.S. campaign of at least, I would say at least 30 million. of at least 30 million. And that can be in conjunction with Juneteenth. Well, the question would be, not that I have any, but how much cash an individual will take out of the country? The limits are actually about 10,000, but the question is that will that cash even be valuable? Because remember, this ruling, it affects all traditional financial institutions, not just in the United States, but worldwide. They see what they're doing, and now they have to adjust to it. It's not about the gas prices anymore. To me, that was just a convenient smokescreen compared to what is going on right now. This is monetary. I wouldn't really worry about that. You'll have so many opportunities over in the continent. It's not even funny. It's not even funny. You'll have so many opportunities. Oh, we can do this here, 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 here. We got this, this, and this. We got this. And that's really what they're afraid of. Because when people say it will take a generation, now for us, it will only take less than 5 years, 60 months. 60 months to build things on up. One of the first things that I know that we'll be doing when we get there is infrastructure projects. That's what I'm saying. Q2A, critical infrastructure, economic development. Wow, now I know why the Most High put that on my spirit. That wasn't me, that was him. It'll have a sneak peek of a crash. I believe, though, that probably after the ruling, then it's going to be a crash. So we're literally within a 30-day window. You have a crash from the Pope because that's the European signal. That's the European market. And then they'll quickly raise that back up and they'll be like, oh, the stock market is great. They're going to cook up. So this isn't stock market advice. This isn't financial advice, but I'm just telling you how the financial markets may more than likely respond. It's the best in history, right? All the tech giants will say, "Look, we're inking deals left and right. We're doing this. We're doing that. Watch. Oh, we're flooding. We got QE. We're flooding the markets. We're getting all the cash on out there. We're getting jobs, and this is a time summer. This is great. This is that. Watch. They're gonna bring in all the distractions. Look, we're hiring at record rates. Money's going out. Funds are going out. It's gonna be. It's gonna be an interesting influx of cash. It is. Watch. And then they'll have the rug pull.
But behind this apology as well is that they're hoping that we will say that let bygones be bygones, let's reconcile and start with a clean page, but that's not going to happen.
It'll start with the clean page with what? Well, black folks, you're going to have to leave, and then we're going to get you back. Right? Who's going to be one of the first people that they have going on over and coming back? They're going to have celebrities. Look, we told you. Look, we're gonna do this. Look, we told you. Wow. I don't know, man. This is hallelujah. I'm just saying, everything I'm saying is very speculative. Don't go on out there and do things crazy. Please don't. But I would imagine that we can see this thing happening the way it's happening.
At this point, all we can do is just stand still and see the deliverance of our Elohim.
Hallelujah. I had honestly, Brother ASAP, when he showed that, I had no idea. And I'm kind of like, do you know how big this is? I'm like, do you know how big this is? This is huge.
From the elite's point of view, they must feel betrayed because of this.
I don't know. I don't think they did. It's probably certain elites that. All right, here's the thing. They all know scripture. That's why I always say this. They know scripture. They always just try to twist it, right? They know when they are able to. They know their time frame, and their time frame is now interesting because reality is catching up. So don't get it twisted that they haven't planned years for this. They're planning years for this. And as they're planning for this is why you have the technocracy more than likely, because again, you really don't have a money supply like that, because again, your external money supply is going to be different than your internal money supply. What would be your external money supply? Gold, silver, precious metal, resources, and other things that can be extricated, that can be shipped out. So therefore, you have to have an alternative system, because why? Because that alternative system will always have to be on a closed loop system. So when people are like, I'm trying to escape from America, but what do you have? Oh, I got digital dollars. I can't take digital dollars with me. Why is that? Because you're now locked down into your technocratic feudal system. That's what's coming. Well, I can only buy a plane ticket. I can only leave via lottery. I can only leave via, some sort of and that's what they call it. It's blockchain. Exactly. Or USDC. That's going to be the permanent structure after we leave, because again, nobody's going to want to visit here, and then nobody's going to be allowed to leave here. So when people are talking about North Korea and all these permanent dictatorship states, that's what the U.S. will be. More than likely, that's what the U.S. will be. So, yeah, this is it. They can only go. I'm going to say this. We're now. Cindy Lou says, they say it's supposed to start this October. I wonder why. That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? You have this ruling. You probably have an administrative, right? We're talking about dictatorships, and now now you really understand. This is an administrative. Is a chapter. What type of bankruptcy is this? Administrative bankruptcies. Sorry, let me get to this. Administrative bankruptcies. Yeah. It's a chapter 7. So yeah, it's a trustee and administrative program. So your trustee and administrator is going to have to be UN based. Let me show you this so you all see where I'm coming from. An administrative. So in the context of U.S. law, administrative vacancies can refer to out of court administrative system. So by low income debtors or the general administrative. But remember, this is assets. We are an asset, and the claim is going to who? We would be claimed by the African Union to come back home. I'm not saying that this is exactly what it is, but that's what will end up happening. More than likely, the potential, more than likely, that ends up happening. My goodness, this was a very meaty segment.
For sure, Brother Karis, it was quite meaty.
Because yeah, I say this, it's not to denigrate our people. Trust and believe. I love our people, and I know that our people are in. We become in an erroneous state because, again, we get told all of this nonsense. The nonsense of, well, our people are this, and our people are Native Americans. I hear that mess all the time. I hear that in my family all the time. Yeah, we were probably owned. Yeah, we were probably raped. Oh yeah, no, there's going to be some banks filling the squeeze, and it's going to be like, how did these banks have these sell-offs? It's interesting to see this all in action. I don't know how to tell you all this. This to me is one of the greatest stories in human history. And this is biblical. I don't know how else to tell you all this. Brother ASAP, is this me just, grinning uncontrollably of this is history in the making?
It is history in the making.
My
And it's difficult for many people to wrap their head around it. And it was done at a time, because it's a holiday over here as well, that it would pass under the radar without much notice.
Isn't it?
Yep, it's a holiday over here as well. We call it a bank holiday.
My goodness. This is unbelievable. I'm sorry. This is unbelievable. And the more that we see this happening, yeah, Lloyd's of London. If I was in not this is not financial advice, but
Bro, I wasn't gonna call their name. I wasn't gonna call their name. You want to get locked down quick?
Over there in the UK, you may. I'm hearing this is the US of A right here. Oh no! Listen. I understand, because there are some big pieces in the background for for this. There are big pieces. This is so tremendous, and understand this is quadrillion dollar implications here. Quadrillion dollar.
And do you
Matter of
know that
fact,
their logo is a black horse? But I tell you, the legs of that black horse must be shaking right now.
well, they don't have no legs. The Pope just cut the legs out of them. Literally, the Pope cut the legs out. So now, if you were an insurer or any type of financial dealings, your dealings would actually have to be guaranteed through African countries. That's it. I don't care how they want to put credit ratings and bond ratings or whatever. It's now through African countries. That's what the Pope just did. And it's hard for people to literally understand and wrap their heads around. The Pope literally just transferred power. In that statement, he transferred power. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. We're not going to see it right away. Can we see it pretty soon? Absolutely. I'm going to be tuned into this. This is crazy. Actually, yes, absolutely. The Diamond Lady says, Brother Karras, do you think this will spread to other countries of questioning the birthright of black citizens? Yeah, absolutely. It's the transatlantic slave trade. And don't think that that's just limited to European countries. That's also Middle Eastern countries. That also goes towards Asian countries with the trans-Saharan slave trade. Yes, everybody's implicated. It's just that the European countries were made richer. Truly, truly awesome times here. Some people now understand, again, as I was telling you this, understand where this is going. There's going to be a lot of people crying and asking, which way is it to Jerusalem? What is that? That's Jeremiah 50. Looking thitherward. I'm trying to figure on out. I just woke up. When did you wake up? A little bit ago. Because yeah, some folks are coming in late. I'm gonna put this back on out here so folks can see what I'm saying. This was a 2-hour discussion. I had the we were talking about this thing. Let me share this on out to you all. I put this in the chat. Get rid of that little commercial. This is big news. National Catholic Reporter. Pope Leo the 14th makes historic apology for Holy See's own role in legitimizing slavery. So just kind of going into this, because download this website. You know they're going to try and scrub this. This was as of today, May 25th, 2026, from Vatican City. And I want to put this on out there because this is from the Magnifica Humanitas. This is it's like the modern day Dum Diversus, but it's the Magnifica Humanitas. And they scroll, you got to scroll all the way down here, but the Pope says, for this, in the name of the church, I sincerely ask for pardon. And this is where you now have the centuries of legitimizing slavery, and it started with the dumb diverses, the papal bulls. This is it. Wealth transfer occurred in Italian time. I don't know what time that is. Italian time. How many hours ahead, brother? Brother ASAP? 6 hours, 5, 6 hours, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, it's probably 1743 now on the continent.
Mm. That's why I was telling you the Pope better cut the check.
Yeah,
Hey,
I was thinking the same.
yo, Pope.
He
If
can make an interim payment.
I know this is ignorant. Please forgive me, family. I know this is real ignorant. Hey, Pope, if you would like to, here's my cash app, Pope. As well as my Zelle. Go ahead, Pope, cash that check. I'm expecting no less than 10 figures by tomorrow. By tomorrow. I bet not see nothing less than 10 figures. Or I'll ask the Most High to continue to judge swiftly and mightily in the name of Yahushua HaMashiach. Keep playing around with us. I'll get a phone call. Mr. Copeland, can you please come to New York City? We need to discuss some things. We heard you. We're going to work with you, but we need it discreet. That's when I call Brother Garth. Yo, Brother Garth, bring back up. I'm gonna go to the Vatican and tell the Vatican that they need to cut the check. We've been to the mountain. Oh, but we've been saying this, and that is I need to call a brother in Dallas and another one in New Orleans that sound the same. I gotta bring my crew with me. I need to call a sister from the island. You know, she got some. I need to bring some crew. I need to call a brother in California. I need to call some folks from Atlanta. I need to call my hitters in Atlanta. Give us 24 hours to assemble the team. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's hilarious. Now it's a real offer. It's a real offer, Pope. And you know, Pope knows. Pope knows because you know Pope from Chicago. Hook it up, Pope. You can do it. Put your money where your mouth is. I wouldn't lose my look. If the Pope does that, I'll be like, yeah, that's right. That's right. Now you pay me. Now you're gonna have to pay everybody else. You see how that goes? Pope done made a whole bunch of Negroes look like Nino Brown. Yeah, this ain't about me. This is about the enterprise. Oh man. Yep. Yeah, we need those artifacts released. That would be one of the first things. Give us back our stuff. Give us back our ceremonial artifacts. It ain't going over. It ain't going over here. Sorry, it's not going to go over to the United States. Y'all see what that means, what's happening? They're trying to build real quick so then they can throw stuff in there to say that they are the people. And they're getting and they're losing that authority. Yeah, exactly. That's that apology that's gold. I should take that to the bank. Yo, Pope said he owes us an apology. Can I take about a $4 billion loan on that? Yeah, Jesse K3. Yeah, Pope. Yeah, he put Trump in checkmate. He did. Yes, and the vaults need to be opened. Absolutely, the vaults need to be opened post haste. That's what I would be like. You gotta get Brother Dante on in there with a couple of our other historians, Benny and other folks. I told you there's going to have to be a ton of commissions started. It's not just so when people are like, oh, it's this and that. No, you actually have to start a ton of commissions. Because, okay, now that you did the pardon, what else? What else did you take? What else did you hide? Right now, this is the proverbial, he opened the can of worms. The Pope did it. Wow. I'm not going to lie, family. I'm excited on this one. Look how the Most High moved. And that's why when I was showing you all, this is crazy. Oh yeah, no, he's in hot water. Look, Brother Asaph, he says, do you think that they will go after him like Pope John? They will. He is in absolute hot water. He just stated what you're not allowed to state. But guess what? This is all in the Most High's authority and timing. So the Most High uses whom he wills. Wow. So now that they are doing that, the books literally have to be opened. Yeah, Vincent says the AP press has released the Pope declaring his apology. That's with interest. Yes. Man, look how the most. I just thought that this was going to be a little mundane, same old Memorial Day. Do you know how big of a deal this is? I'm trying to not break stuff here at my little desk. Oh my goodness, this is. Yeah, but what does that mean for us? That's what the naysayers are always going to say. Yeah, but what does that mean for us? Yeah, but what does that mean? Look, that means that this is a step in this declaration. I would say Ghana is going to spearhead the African unions. efforts. The pardon is the legal justification. More than likely, I'm just giving you my little analysis. More than likely, when the African Union presents their brief, their legal summary, their legal brief, because don't think that that they haven't had this before. They've actually had this before. It's been a while. They've actually had this. And this was starting with the last pope. It's just now this pope is actually doing it. You would then have to have different commissions started via the African Union and the UN. And in doing so, the biggest thing is, in my opinion, you have to have UN peacekeepers here. And that's for our protection. Oh, the UN peacekeepers. No. You will need it for our protection. Matter of fact, I would say that based on the premise of the Pope right now, that has to be literally in the UN as a UN Security Council resolution right now. Someone needs to bring that up. And I'm pretty sure you probably would get Russia and China to vote on that. Wow. I don't know what to tell y'all, family. I'm brimming with excitement. I know how big this is. I know how big this is. This is just too big. This is too big. Wow. Yeah, the thing is you're right, Brother Todd. It says, so this will or should be announced in all Catholic affiliates and Christian organizations. It is truly a watershed moment, but I don't think that that's going to happen, but it's happening. And we're the only ones that's noticing this right now. We're the only ones noticing how big this is right now. It's going to take a little bit of time for that to truly catch up to people. It'll take a little bit of time, so please be patient with our people. So it's being reported. This is not fake news. This is actually real news. Well, it's big because this declaration does show that as the illegally trafficked Africans of the transatlantic slave trade, we have had an illegal war authorized on us. This is what it's showing since the 14th century, since the Dum Diverses. And I'll kind of push this on down here so you can all see this. This is where in 1452 Pope Nicholas issued the Dum Diverses. So that's it. Thank you, Sister Betty, for the gift. Hallelujah. So that's it. This is the admission of guilt. And again, all the banks around the world are based off of the transatlantic slave trade. Every single bank in the world right now. So if you are a bank, you're going to get ready to liquidate. You're going to have to. Because there's going to be a call on funds from these big banks. This is why they're trying to do their USDC. This is why they're trying to move people into crypto. Crypto's the big deal. Crypto. Because why? Because you're not going to actually have a measurable wealth component that will be then recognized throughout the world. So literally the dollar's valuation will literally dissipate. How come it costs $50,000 to take a flight? How come it cost? How could you see? I'm not saying that it's going to go there, but that's the reality, and it won't. And what they'll say is, in order to fly somewhere, you have to then be able to have the right visas or the right this or that. And so then getting your visas will be exponentially, it'll be crazy. Just like what they have here, or excuse me, over in different African nations. Well, dang, the equivalent of me getting a visa is like $100,000. That's it. So that's the very first step. So now, as an illegally trafficked African, that now has a country, an actual physical country, which is Ghana, as well as the African Union with the sixth region. There is literally now administrative coordination that we have through being recognized 17th region of Ghana. We're just in an illegal trafficked manner. And that will also more than likely open up to other countries like Togo, Benin, Nigeria, Ivory Coast, Guinea, and other countries, Cameroon, you name it. So it's big because what they're not going to tell you is the system of the West has now been delegitimized by the Pope. So that's it. And if you know that you are getting ready to go through this, then the reality is that all of these things that have been happening has happened because more than likely they're getting people ready to endure some really bad times. You know, they're saying, oh, well, you know, it's just a little bit of economic pain. No, this is a new normal and it's going to get worse. It's the new normal and it's going to get worse. MT Esquire 85 says, Shalom, I just opened up Twitter X and the first article that popped up. Now it's time to cut the check money. Yeah. So now there's going to be a claimant. When this happens, oh, you admit guilt on behalf of the Church Universal, and that does include countries. That does include European countries. This is what it's showing you in the Dum Diversus with the Portuguese, and that was the Portuguese were just the first, but then it became the Portuguese, the Spanish, the French, the Italians, then the English, then the Dutch. It was all of these countries, and then later on the Germans and other countries that played a part as the transatlantic slave trade was wrapping up, but it still caused colonialism to occur. If you weren't shipping people on out, then you were ravaging the land. And you're right, and that's the whole thing. See, Wes was saying a lot of foolish Negroes will be the first to say you ought to forgive and forget what our Catholic brothers have done, and the reality is that you would have to have, again, you would have to have some sort of stewardship or things of that nature, and that's simply because a lot of our people have been programmed. When you're in captivity, it's going to be classic Stockholm syndrome. This is it. It's classic Stockholm syndrome. And here's the thing: it doesn't matter what the U.S. will veto. It doesn't matter, because now you're starting to understand this isn't going to be a regular war like that. This will actually be. So think about all the other implications that this has. Okay, well, the U.S. says this and that, and Iran, and based off of the Strait of Hormuz, can you imagine a scenario? Let me put the scenario like this, because I want people to really imagine this. The African Union says, we're the only ones that can negotiate on behalf of Iran to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Iran recognizes us. They recognize who we are as a people. They recognize the sovereignty and authority of Africa. Based off of the apology from Pope Nicholas, that's a good start, but it's not strong enough. And based off of that apology, the African Union could actually say, we are going to suspend all operations with the European nations until we look over contracts and other things so we can have a more equitable framework based on what has been established by the Pope. So I'm just giving you this scenario. But in order to have that framework truncated or do things easily, Iran has agreed. This is just fictional. I'm just giving you a framework. But Iran has agreed to allow passage of travel for all European ships that acknowledge the framework in the pact. If you don't acknowledge the framework of the pact, then your ships don't go through. What that will automatically mean is the U.S. will not acknowledge it. So the U.S. will then institute its blockade with European ships. That's why European ships, when people are like, well, why do they have the European ships like this? Now it starts to make sense. Europe is basically going to cede power to Africa. And in doing so, Africa will say, okay, you get access to resources, but part of that access to resources that you have to negotiate with the United States. So then we can have UN peacekeepers in the United States to help bring our people back home. To help in this edict, which will probably be going through, remember, the UN will have to now declare an action, because you're now starting to see a couple of competing forces with the 14th Amendment to do away with that, because at the same time, well, forget this, we're going to bring black people back into slavery, and then you will have the ICC, ICJ action to say, no, forget this. You need to bring everybody back home because they're illegally trafficked. Two competing forces. That is where you'll start to have economic embargoes on the United States. That's coming. That's why they're saying, oh, we're looking at famine. Why? Because the U.S. will still have to ship on out, while everybody else will say, no, we can't ship on in. The U.S. will still have to make money shipping things on out. That's the nature of warfare. You're still going to be at war, but you're going to only let ships on in so that they can, ship things on out. That's it. Just in my personal opinion, as I see this. In doing so, the power dynamic will go to Africa, and Africa will say, all right, now that you've conceded, because they won't say that they're lost or they're losing, but they'll say, we'll open up corridors. This is just me. This is just my thought process. In those corridors, they won't announce that to everyone. Simply for the mere fact that they don't want people to be attacked on those corridors. But they'll say that during this time, extra caution, security, all that other good stuff. So as that happens, you're going to have a different shift in the attitude and the atmosphere of people doing business with the United States. Because quite simply, it's going to be, well, we need to rescue these folks from the United States. And at this time, this will be the biggest campaign that, folks are Indians and blah, 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 Native Americans, you name it. Or it could actually be the complete opposite. Okay, they need to go back, and then when they go back, that's when we can get them together so that we can validate their green card status and have them come back as a green card person, and then we can re-immigrate them the correct way. So this is why this is such a big deal, because to be quite honest, and if we really want to actually be real honest about this could actually lead to war. It could lead to a global war. And that global war would be within the economic understanding. Hey, we're not going to give you anything. We're not going to do anything until the U.S. takes or recognizes responsibility. I believe at that time you'll have all the other European nations rush to recognize responsibility and a framework, except for the U.S. So yes, the U.S. will veto it, but then what that will do is, they'll say, well, we don't, and they're building that up. We're building up the case right now, because that's a big, because to think about how big that is, like during the middle of the World Cup, that's a big one, because all eyes are going to be on this, as they'll then say, okay, well, we're just going to put people back into slavery, they won't say it like that, but they'll just say, we have to look at how we have to re-examine how we recognize citizens. that's when the African Union, in my opinion, will say, okay, well, since we've already recognized this and the Pope has recognized that, then you need to start sending our people back home. That to me is when the U.S. will say no, and then that's when, you know, you'll have some skirmishes and everything else going on. That's why I said, you know, this is an awesome time, but now we also have to be wise about things because um, they may do a scorched earth policy. That's just how that goes. So yes, this is some very interesting times to say the least. And yes, you'll have a lot of our people crying because it is major Stockholm syndrome. It really is. What are you gonna do? Where are we gonna go? How are we gonna do? So you'll start to see programs introduced, and in my opinion, they have been introduced. They're just still trying to get things together. It's just, especially on the continent, it's a bigger catalyst, you know, of things needing. It's not that they're not occurring. It's just that how they're occurring was not the greatest, right? They needed to they still needed help. They still need help on a lot of different things. So now they're scrambling because remember, they're now having to react to the Pope's message also. So don't think that they're not seeing this. No, they're seeing this. They now have to react. So don't worry for all those that have gone to the continent. You know, we're gonna make sure that we get the provisions for you all too. That's how that goes. We're not gonna just leave our brothers and sisters out of there. No, we're gonna be bringing back provisions for you all. That's how that works. Again, y'all just left a little early to get things established, but that's also what has helped to establish different things. Because they can't say, "Oh, you know, you're this, you're that. We're savages. We're that." No, we've been doing this. We've been here. We've been showing them why we're here, why we're doing, and what's happening. So this is why you have all of these different, you know, Christian events and everything else. It's because, well, they want to tell everybody, well, you know, you all are truly the ones, you all are truly this or truly that, and they're being judged right in front of their eyes, which is kind of interesting to say the least. But yeah, family, I got to get up on out of here. This is 4 hours in this special. Thank you all for joining me. I will be back on to my summer hours, and we'll see how how this thing shapes on out because this is very interesting. I'm telling you, this shapes policy. This is the policy shaper. And if you don't know what has happened, I'm telling you, I'm pretty sure Yacoba is going to be coming on. He has to. Sorry, Yacoba. I know you're probably out and about doing stuff. If not today, he'll definitely address it here in the next couple of days. I'm pretty sure, and you also will see other YouTubers addressing this too. But you know, again, some of them have their agendas. Oh, that don't mean anything to us. We're Native Americans. We're oh, the hilarity, right? It's sad, but it's true. It's sad, but it's true. But I got to get going, family. I got some things that I got to get taken care of. Hallelujah. But look at how the Most High's timing is. His timing is excellent. His timing is excellent. So I would have to say one of the first things I would say, look, they're going to have some sort of a referendum. Hey, cease and desist on anything and everything dealing with black people, anything that has financials, you name it, any negative issues, stop, cease and desist. That's what should happen right now. I don't make the power. I don't have the power to do that, but that's what I would suggest. That's what needs to happen. So if you know, and then we go from there. But who am I? I'm just a servant of the Most High, seeing the Most High do everything wonderfully. And it is, look, y'all have to. I think this is so big. I think it's so big. It's like having people not really understand how big this is. What? Huh? I'm trying to. So you're saying we're Israelites? That's like it's like trying to explain to that family member when you had first awakened. Yeah, we're actually Israelites. This is how big this is. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. But again, family, if you want to support this channel and help me bring this great content to you all, because man, this was the Most High right here. Thank you again, Brother Asaph and Brother Garth, for joining on this panel. So pray for me, family. I got to get some things taken care of later on today. But boy, oh boy, we are truly moving in some in a truly historic manner. So with this said, family, be blessed. And Most High willing, I'll be back on tomorrow. All right. Take care, everyone.